World champions of baseball.
At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the New York Yankees. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by Citi, proud partner of the New York Mets. By Optimum, presenting Mets games in crystal clear HD. By the State Farm agent of the game, John Garfinkel of Brooklyn. Contact John at johngarfinkel.com. By Tri Honda, hurry to your local Tri Honda dealer for great deals on 2016 models. And by Fidelis Care, quality health coverage, it's their mission. It's a week to celebrate baseball in New York. First half, 7 Train, Flushing, Mets, and sometimes the Yankees. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets and Yankees open a 4-game home-and-home series beginning tonight at Citi Field. But a little bit of a twist this year because the start of the Subway Series falls on the trading deadline. And two teams with not all that dissimilar records are going in very different directions. The Mets today at the trading deadline, as they did last year, went for the big hitter, and they bring in the National League's RBI leader, Jay Bruce, from the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, you know, the Mets are only 2.5 games back in that wild card. You see Bruce really having a tremendous year. He plays now in a hitter's ballpark, but 80 RBI, I'll take that. And the Mets offense certainly can use another bat. I think it would have been better to get a right-handed bat, but there wasn't that many out there. Bruce is having a fabulous year, going to bring some pop. It kind of makes the outfield position a little crowded right now. You've got Conforto. What are you going to do with Conforto? Who's going to play center field? Bruce is a right fielder. Are you going to put Cespedes back there when he heals his quad? That's a possibility. The talk of Granderson, I don't know about that. Nimmo's in the pitcher. He'll probably get maybe sent down. He needs to play. Conforto could possibly get sent down if they go with a veteran outfield. So there's a whole lot of questions right now, but the Mets are in a mode now that they are made a statement that they are serious. They're making a run for it.
Mets also swapped left-handers with the Pittsburgh Pirates, bringing back John Neese and sending Antonio Bastardo back to Pittsburgh. Neese will go back into the Mets bullpen where he thrived in the postseason. As for the Yankees, for the first time in a quarter century, they do not have a winning record at the end of July. And for the first time in memory, the Yankees were sellers at the trading deadline, already having dealt away their top 2 relievers, and now Carlos Beltran, their best hitter, traded away to Texas.
You know, Gary, I think this is the most difficult time for GMs because they really have to survey their team and find out if they're going to be buyers or sellers. Brian Cashman has chose to sell here for the Yankees. They traded Aroldis Chapman to the Cubs. They traded Andrew Miller to the Cleveland Indians. Now Beltran, but they've got a stockpile of new talent that they've gotten from these ball clubs. And, you know, Brian Cashman said it's a new chessboard now, and they're going to do it a little different for the Yankees.
So the Yankees playing for the future, the Mets playing for this year and next, bringing in Bruce, who is signed for next season. It's the Mets and the Yankees opening their Subway Series. All the action coming your way on SNY.
Why is brought to you by M&M's Chocolate Candies, the official chocolate of the New York Mets. Join them as they celebrate 75 years at MMS.com and celebrate with M. Get to Citi Field for Free Shirt Friday, August 12th. The Mets play the Padres at 7:10. All fans in attendance will receive a Jerry's Familia t-shirt, courtesy of McDonald's. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Free Shirt Fridays. On the mound for the Mets tonight, Logan Verrett, who has settled in nicely the last 3 starts after taking over for Matt Harvey in the Mets rotation.
Yeah, he really had a stretch in the beginning of the year where he was great, and then the last 3 games, as Gary has said, his last start against St. Louis was very good. 7 innings, only 3 runs allowed.
On the other side, CC Sabathia, who started the season better than expected, has really been in a rough patch of the last month and a half.
Yeah, he has. He's tried to make that transition from a power pitcher to a guy that just hits spots, but he did have a win in his last start against Houston.
Mets and Yankees, Subway Series. First meeting of the season on trade deadline day. What a day. First pitch coming up. Logan Verrett getting ready for his 10th start of the season. Things have been going better for Logan. Had just the 1 bad inning against St. Louis his last time out. Got through 7 innings with just 88 pitches, and the Mets are hoping for more of that tonight. Here's the Yankees starting lineup, brought to you by Hyundai. No Carlos Beltran, traded away to Texas. Didi Gregorius has been the best bat in that lineup. Yankees have been underwhelming offensively. Somehow the Bronx Bombers are last in the American League in slugging percentage.
Well, here's the Land Rover numbers. 27 games for Logan Verrett. 9 of those starts. 3-6 record. See, that whip is pretty high because of the walks. 32 and 74 in the 3rd innings.
And the Mets defense brought to you by Lexus. There's the newcomer Ruggiano. Will be playing a lot of center field against left-handers with Sabathia out there. The left-hand pitcher, obviously, for the Yankees. Loney in the lineup against the left-hander. Matt Reynolds back up. He's going to be playing a lot of shortstop. and d'Arnaud behind the plate.
Asdrubal Cabrera has not officially been placed on the disabled list, but his knee will probably require him to go on the DL. With Bastardo leaving today and Nice and Bruce not yet arriving, Reynolds added to the roster, taking Bastardo's place. But there will be more moves to be made tomorrow when Bruce and presumably Nice arrive. Brett Gardner leads things off for the Yankees. Gardner hitting a .259, an all-star last year, but not putting up the same numbers this season. And really that's true up and down this Yankee lineup. Logan Verrett set to go. And his first pitch of the night is in for a call strike, and we're underway. Logan went 7 against the Cardinals, allowed 3 runs and 5 hits. All 3 of those runs came in the 3rd inning. Gave up a couple of 2-out doubles to Matt Holliday and Matt Adams, and then pitched very well the rest of the way. Gardner gets a hold of one deep to right center. Back goes Ruggiano to the warning track, and it's off the fence and bouncing away from him. Gardner will easily make it to 3rd. Granderson comes over to recover it. Gardner's going to try to score. Walker's throwing the plate, and Gardner is out. Brett Gardner going for the inside the park home run, and Neil Walker guns him down with a perfect relay. d'Arnaud makes the tag, and a very exciting first out of the night.
Ruggiano going back here and tries to make the play and thus leaves himself open for the big carom. But nicely backed up by Granderson. Hits the cutoff man and a perfect throw home. And Joe has spotted a third base coach. Boy, if you send a guy and lead off a ball game, you've nobody out, you better make it.
Boy, d'Arnaud really punished Gardner's hand when he sat on it there to prevent him from coming to the plate.
And that's how you get hurt. That's why you never slide head first to home plate. Here's the relay again. A little rainbow in from Grandy, but nothing rainbow about this throw. Right on the money. Excellent fundies.
Well, they talk about a catcher dropping the shin guard. And if Gardner's left arm or shoulder is not injured, he's fortunate.
That was very Mike Scioscia-like in the day.
Gardner's got 2 inside the park home runs in his career. Was trying for a 3rd. He settles for his 3rd triple of the year, and the Yankee trainer having a look at Gardner as he came into the dugout. Jacoby Ellsbury takes one at his feet, 1-2. Well, Gardner at age 32 can still fly.
Just really, you know, it's not a great play. And it's not a heads-up play. It's what you're supposed to do. Granderson hustling all the way to center field.
Ellsbury yanks one foul
from his right field position. That ball deep in just to the right side of center field to back up that play. He didn't, you know, a lot of guys may not do that, and it's an inside the park home run.
Ruggiano's gotten a pretty good work at it. First 2 starts in center field here, hasn't he?
It's been a little rough.
Did a face plant on one in his first game the night before last, and this time getting a little too close to the fence. But Granderson bailing him out. 1-2 from Verrett, and Ellsbury takes up an in. 2-2. Ellsbury having a rough year. .264, just 4 home runs. Jacoby Ellsbury is in the 3rd year of a 7-year, $153 million contract. And so far, the numbers don't match the numbers on the contract. Grounded down to first. Loney grabs that, and that's the 2nd out. Let's watch Brett Gardner as he tried to circle the bases.
Well, he's always a hustler. And he's only got 7 home runs, so it's the biggest part of the ballpark. He's going to be motoring. And he can still fly. And a very questionable call here by the third base coach. Nice tag, as Ronnie mentioned.
So 2 out and nobody on. Now Mark Teixeira hitting 3rd in the order.
Well,
I don't know if that grimace is getting caught or getting crunched. All speed pitch from Verrett, and it's 2-0.
If you really think about it, the baseball player is not conditioned to run on inside the Parker, Gary. I don't care who you are. You're tired after you do that. I had 2 of them, 1 in my day. I can attest for it.
That's 120 yards, folks.
That's right. It's a sprint.
I mean, you're talking about running end line to end line on a football field.
Right. And
we had 3 turns.
Exactly. And it might be a little longer with the bow in your turn. It's not a direct, it's not a straight line.
Teixeira hitting just 192 for the year. He's just had a miserable time of it. Takes a strike 2-2. Teixeira was on the disabled list most of June with a knee injury. He's been so banged up the last few years. Now in the final year of his 8-year big money contract. Two from Verrett, and Teixeira bounces 1 foul.
Well, the thing I like about Verrett his last 3 starts, using his fastball more, you know, being a little more aggressive. That's how he pitched earlier in the season.
Again, the 2-2, and Teixeira takes below the knees. Full count. Do you remember who you hit your inside the park home run against?
Against the Braves, I don't remember the pitcher. It was in St. Louis. I hit a line drive dead central, bullet, and in top of it was a foot above the padding, this concrete, and it came and rolled all the way back in on the turf. And you should have seen me blistering around the bases.
It was Dick Ruthven you hit it off. Okay. Loney makes the play on Teixeira. Verrett gets the benefit of a play at the plate. Gardner takes the crunch from d'Arnaud. And the Mets get through the top of the first. They'll come to bat with no score. Curtis Granderson leads off against CC Sabathia as the Mets come up in the bottom of the first, and Granderson first pitch swinging, pops one up. And Starlin Castro tracking it. Whoa. And stays with it on a windy night for the first out. There's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Ruggiano hitting second tonight. No Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes sitting for the second straight day after tweaking that quad on Saturday night. So Neil Walker has been red hot, goes in the 3-hole. Wilmer Flores hits cleanup. And there's the veteran left-hander CC Sabathia.
220 big league wins and 470 starts, 471 now. 2,655 strikeouts for the big man.
Here's Ruggiano, his second start as a Met. Released by Texas from their AAA team earlier this week. Immediately contacted by the Mets. Had a prior relationship with Terry Collins from when he was drafted by the Dodgers, and Terry was the farm director for LA. Curveball hit in the air to center. And Ellsbury is under it. And quickly 2 out.
Defense quickly here with the Coors Light. That's brought to you by Coors Light. Gardner, Ellsbury, and Refsnyder. I hope I pronounced that right. The infield, Teixeira, aging Teixeira. Starting Castro came over from the Cubs. And Brian McCann, the former Brave. That is a totally traded infield from other guys from other teams. Everybody on that infield.
Perfecto with Refsnyder, by the way.
Was it good?
Yeah.
Here's Neil Walker. 12 hits and 19 at-bats during his 5-game hitting streak, including the game-winning home run yesterday. And takes a fastball strike. Neil's now hit 6 right-handed home runs this year, which is how many he had in his entire career before this year. It's crazy. He's hitting .295 right-handed, 6 of his 17 home runs. And it's been right from the start of the season that he's become a better right-hand hitter than he's been at any point in his career.
Well, he altered a little bit his movement, or the leg kick that he had in spring training. It started.
Sabathia had 0-2, and he misses high. Sabathia had a better start his last time out in Houston, went 6 2/3, 2 runs, 4 hits. But his last 7 starts, his ERA is 6.70. So it really has gone downhill for him after a pretty good beginning to his season. Starting pitching has been a concern for the Yankees all year. Masahiro Tanaka goes tomorrow night. He's been the Yankees' best starter.
No, in a strange way, it's the starting pitching of the Yankees that probably got Brian Cashman to the point where he was able to trade Chapman and Miller, because he couldn't get the starting pitchers couldn't get the ball to those guys often enough.
Well, for the 3.5 months they were together, they were spectacular. Now Dylan Betances is the unquestioned closer, and the Yankees are trying to fill in front of him.
CC has got to get that pitch if he's going to have success tonight. That backdoor cutter slider. Very important now to his repertoire.
Wilmer Flores would be next. Three-two coming, and Walker goes down on the changeup to end the inning. 1-2-3 go the Mets against CC Sabathia. No score after 1. Twitter poll brought to you by Toyota. Tweet us at SNYTV. Did you like the Mets trade for Jay Bruce? Mets traded Dilson Herrera and a minor league pitcher to the Reds to get Bruce, who should be here tomorrow and should be hitting cleanup for the Mets. Not only can you tweet your ideas about the trade, but we can ask Sandy Alderson directly because he'll be with us in the 4th inning tonight, so stay tuned for that. Brian McCann leads off in the 2nd against Logan Verrett and takes curveball for a strike. McCann hitting .236 with 15 home runs.
There's the shift there. Little backside look at that triangle shift.
I mean, you could play Walker even deeper into the outfield than he's playing against McCann.
Yep. And they've chose Wilmer Flores has gone over on the right side of the bag, left Reynolds over here on the left side.
Well, there are a few players in baseball who have been more affected by the preponderance of shifts in the game over the last 3 or 4 years than Brian McCann.
Remember when he came up, he used all fields.
But then he went to Yankee Stadium and became a dead pull hitter, and the shift has cost him dearly. He's hit in the 230s every season since going to the Yankees. And he's hit 20 or more home runs 9 times in his career. Only 5 catchers in history have ever done that. 9 20 home run seasons. Pops one up. Reynolds alone on the left side waiting for it. And that's the first out. By the way, Piazza, Bench, Yogi, Gary Carter, the other catchers who had 9 20 home run seasons.
Very nice group. Nice grouping.
Follow Mets Baseball live with the MLB.com at Bat app, which includes game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. Here's Didi Gregorius, who's having a nice year, hitting .292, 11 home runs. Another Gregorius. Well, Logan Verrett gave up a leadoff triple to Brett Gardner to start the game. Gardner thrown out at the plate trying to get an inside the park home run. Verrett has retired the next 3. Behind Gregorius 2-0. And he takes a fastball for a strike. Gregorius, 2nd year with the Yankees, came over in a 3-way deal a couple of winters ago from Arizona. Deal that sent Shane Green, a pitcher, to Detroit. It's turned out to be a terrific deal for the Yankees.
Yeah, except for the first month. Replacing a future Hall of Famer is not easy. Gregorius has done a nice job.
Well, he is tremendous defensively, and he's, you know, with Beltran gone, he's probably having the best year of any Yankee in the lineup, which I don't think was the game plan, but that's the way it's worked out. Yankees are 12th in the American League in runs scored, 12th in home runs, 13th in on-base percentage, dead last in slugging percentage. It's just been a very difficult offensive year for them. In some ways, it's remarkable that the Yankees are a 500 team. 2-2 coming, low and inside. And, you know, if it weren't for that fabulous end of the bullpen that they had concocted, I mean, their starting pitching has not been good. Their offense has not been good. And yet, Joe Girardi's managed to get them to 500.
But every time they had a lead after 6, they kept it.
3-2 from Verrett. And Gregorius bounces one foul.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see Mr. Beltran going back to the state of Texas, how he'll do.
You think the Houston fans will travel to Dallas just to boo him?
Maybe.
It's amazing. I mean, the Yankees went back to played in Houston last week, and they still boo him. I mean, it's 12 years later since he decided not to re-up with the Astros, team that he played for 3 months. That's drilled down the right field line, headed toward the corner, and that ball is foul. Gregorius just had a little too much hook on that. Well, the Yankees sellers for the first time in memory.
I'll say.
Trading off 2/3 of that great bullpen of Chapman and Miller. Being traded to the Cubs and Indians respectively. And then today, Beltran to the Rangers, Ivan Nova to the Pirates.
And I really have no idea what the Pirates are doing. They're selling some of their pieces and they're acquiring other pieces.
Well, they traded for Nova. That's hit sharply, but Walker's got it. They traded away Francisco Liriano to Toronto. They traded away their closer, Mark Melancon. And there's Carlos Beltran as he was exiting the ballpark today after being traded. Not the first time that Carlos has gone on a deadline deal. Let's see, he went from Kansas City to Houston in 04. He went from the Giants, from the Mets to the Giants, and the Zach Wheeler trade. And now traded at the deadline again. There's Nova as he leaves the ballpark.
That brings back memories for me. I was traded on the deadline. I remember walking out. Yours was the first as well as mine, right?
Yeah, it was like
the first one's always the toughest.
It's kind of a walk of shame when you leave the ballpark. All your buddies and your teammates are going out to battle, and you're taking your equipment bag and going home. It's a strange thing.
I was fortunate enough where it only happened to me once.
Starlin Castro batting with 2 out and nobody on. The former Cub having a rough year. .292 on base percentage. And Barrett behind him 3-0.
I remember Frank Cashen calling me in when he traded to Montreal, and he said, "We have just traded your player contract to the Montreal Expos." All right, Frank, whatever.
There's a strike.
I remember getting on
Good for you. Tim Burke was
Tim,
that day.
Tim Burke, yeah.
Nice guy.
Yeah, good guy. Great guy.
Tim Burke had good stuff.
He did.
Not when he got to the Mets.
Is he finished?
Well, I didn't have good
Did he
stuff.
throw a box of Cracker Jacks in that trade too, Ron?
I think a fungo.
There's ball 4 and Castro's on with a 2-out walk. But the first trade has got to be the hardest, right? Because you get blindsided by that, right?
Well, the first time I was traded, of course, was to the Mets for Lee Mazzilli, and I'll never forget it. I'd been called into the office. Don Zimmer, the manager, he said, "You're going to be with this ball club, the Texas Rangers, at the end of the month." I drove from Pompano Beach to Plant City, which takes about 3 hours. In that time, I was traded to the Mets.
Mine was a little different circumstance. I kind of knew the rumors were all swirling for 2 or 3 weeks. But the big mystery was that I went out to take ground balls before the game, and there's the bunt down the line, not good. But Whitey, I went out and took infield ground balls, and it came my group to hit. Buddy Bates came out, the clubhouse guy said, "Skipper wants you," and I knew I was gone. So he made me go get ground balls, get all sweaty. I couldn't get one swing.
So you knew there was a pretty good chance you were going to get traded, but you didn't know where.
Yeah, but it was right around 5:30, and the deadline was at midnight then, right? So I'm sitting there going, okay, it's 4 o'clock. I've made it to 4, you know. So that was the little bit of uneasiness.
Castro runs, the throw by Darno. Castro slids past the base, but managed to stay on. And he has his 3rd stolen base of the year.
Good pitch to throw up. Yeah, it's too good a jump.
Staying on the base seems to be a problem for so many guys.
That was more like a skateboard move there by Castro.
So he's at second with 2 out, 1-1 to Chase Headley, hitting .260 for the year. And an off-speed pitch hit right into the shift, and Walker's there to play it. Side retired. Brett gives up a 2-out walk, but nothing more. It's still no score at Citi Field.
Lovely.
Wilmer Flores leads off in the second inning. Did you hear that?
I did.
That was an unaccompanied sound. I was expecting a truck or something. Wilmer's cooled down after a hot beginning to July. Just 3 hits in his last 20 at bats. He gets ahead of a cutter from Sabathia and pulls it foul. So CC Sabathia, during the heyday of his career with the Indians and his first few years with the Yankees, regularly threw 94, 95.
Yeah.
This year his average fastball velocity is under 90. I mean, that's an enormous adjustment for a pitcher as he reaches the veteran stage of his career. For his career, he had a lot of success in August. I don't know how relevant that still is, but do you equate what Sabathia is trying to do now at this point in his career at all?
That's hit deep to left field, right down the line toward the corner. It's out of here. Wilmer Flores goes deep. His 11th home run of the year puts the Mets in front 1-0. Now Wilmer hits 7 home runs in the month of July. His first in August gives the Mets the lead.
Sixth time this year, Wilmer has hit in the cleanup role position in the order and comes through. That's where he likes that ball, down middle end.
Travis d'Arnaud grounds one. Gregorius bobbles it, but it comes right into his bare hand, and he throws out d'Arnaud for a 2-hit bounce for Didi Gregorius.
Oh, nice look right here. Boy, I want to know the exit velocity on that one.
See if we can find it for you. That Mets home run means $2,000 for No Kid Hungry, enough to provide 20,000 healthy meals courtesy of Citi. So Flores gets the Mets off to a fast start, and now James Loney.
So Gary, oh sorry, Gary, go ahead.
So I was going to ask you before Wilmer hit the home run, how do you compare what Sabathia is trying to do right now with what Bartolo Colon has done in the latter stages of his career?
Well, I think it's what makes Colon so interesting is that he's really done it, making the transition with one pitch. That really is the difference between most guys who go from a power pitcher to become a guy who has to throw on the fringes of the strike zone. They usually do it with 3 or 4 pitches. That's what Sabathia is trying to do. But Colon's different. He was almost like, you know, I don't want to be a jack of all trades, a master of none. I just want to master this one pitch, this fastball, and make it move. I think the hardest thing for these guys, a guy like CC Sabathia, that in his prime would really just bully you out of the at-bat. He would just go up there and just, in a menacing way, would pound you inside, make you look bad, make you swing at balls in the dirt. Is that not only the physical transformation you have to make because you don't throw as hard, you were saying under 90 miles an hour, but the mental adjustment that you can no longer bully people anymore. And in fact, every single time that you want to add, you should really be subtracting with your pitch, with the velocity.
Well, he's had a wonderful career. Won the Cy Young with the Indians back in 2007. Loney hits one slowly. Castro comes in to get it. And there are 2 out.
I became a big fan of his when he went to Milwaukee and they needed him to be great down the stretch. You see the active career leaders and wins. And he took that ball every 3rd day, and he went 9 innings every time, and just an unbelievably yeoman effort by Sabathia.
He almost single-handedly got them to the postseason that year in 2008. Here's Matt Reynolds, just back from the minor leagues today. with Asdrubal Cabrera's knee a concern again after he strained his patella tendon. It's probably going to be a few weeks for Cabrera, you'd have to think. So Reynolds getting the chance to play shortstop tonight. Reynolds had 43 at bats with the Mets earlier this year, hit .233. He was struggling at Vegas. He was hitting just .234 in AAA. Mets had other options, but decided to go with Reynolds, who already had big league experience.
And he drills one down the line for an extra base hit.
A 2-out double for Matt Reynolds. His 6th double of the season.
He just said, hey, I just need to be in the big leagues here. A little cutter inside, turns on it nicely. Ripped down the left field line. And Chase, I won't say it, Headley.
Just did. Can't resist it. Let's see how the Yankees handle Alejandro De Aza here. 2-out, first base open, pitcher on deck. De Aza has been hitting lefties well, and he's been hitting everybody lately. De Aza hit .375 in the month of July. And takes the slider inside. The contrast, huh? Couldn't buy a hit in June. And his at-bats have just been great lately. He was on base 3 times yesterday. With 2 hits and a walk, including a perfectly executed bunt base hit. And now with Sabathia falling behind 2-0, they're going to give him the intentional pass and deal with Verrett instead.
Well, that's the difficulty of hitting in the 8th hole. Even though it's a lefty against a lefty, you try to nibble and see if you chase, and if you don't, they'll walk you. It's just, it takes a veteran hitter to hit in that 8th spot, even though you think in terms of the 8th hole as your worst hitter on the team.
So Logan Verrett, who's never had a major league run batted in, will try and get Reynolds home from second. Logan is 1 for 24 in his major league career. Reynolds at second, De Aza at first with 2 out. A run home on the Wilmer Flores leadoff home run. Great perspective, isn't it? Up on the scoreboard.
CC's trying to cut that ball in on the right-hander, but it's not working for him so far.
Sabathia now 36 years old. He's had knee issues that he's had to deal with the last few years. Wears a brace on that right knee. Very famously checked himself into alcohol rehab at the end of last year. Problem that nobody knew he had until he announced it to the world. Hoping that others would find some solace in that. 1-2 to Verrett. He's always been one of baseball's really good citizens.
He is. He does a lot of charity work, not only here in the tri-state area, but also back home in California, where he's from.
Two on, 2 out. And Verrett takes the backdoor breaking ball for a strike. And that ends the inning. Second strikeout for CC Sabathia, but the Mets grab the lead. Wilmer Flores, 7 home runs in July, and celebrates the start of August with a home run in his first at bat. The Mets lead at 1-0 after 2 at Citi Field. Third inning, Logan Verrett now with a 1-0 lead. Rob Refsnyder leads off for the Yankees. Refsnyder playing right field with the trade today of Carlos Beltran, who would otherwise be out there in a non-DH game.
Refsnyder's a second baseman by trade, but I think is the want of most baseball clubs now. They want to have a lot of versatile players.
He's played 5 different positions this year, including a couple he had never played before. And he gets hit by the pitch, and he's aboard. So Verrett coming inside and hitting Refsnyder. Third batter Verrett is hit this year.
Fastball caught him right on the forearm.
So now Sabathia, who has spent virtually his entire career in the American League, other than that brief stop in Milwaukee, and yet he has always put up terrific offensive numbers for a pitcher. .219 lifetime hitter, 3 home runs. Up in a bunting situation here. And Flores coming right down his throat. And a slug bunt back to the mound. Verrett gets the out at second. Reynolds with the turn for the double play. Beautifully executed. I don't know what CC was trying to do. He kind of took a half swing at that bunt, and so hit it so hard back to Verrett that he was able to start the double play.
Well, you know what this was, Gary? Not knowing how to bunt. That's what it was. And he kind of shied away from it and bunted it too hard. A nice athletic play by Verrett to turn that over.
And Sabathia's defense, he's in the American League with a predominant amount of his starts. He doesn't hit, but that was not a good bunt.
1-6-4 on the double play, 2 out and nobody on. And now Brett Gardner, who got the evening off to an exciting start, hitting one over the head of Ruggiano for a triple, tried to turn it into an inside the park home run, but was thrown out at the plate. The last time that a hitter led off a game with a triple and got thrown out at the plate trying to stretch it into an inside the park home run, it was 9 years ago. Hanley Ramirez against the Astros in Houston.
Well, when you put a lot of pressure, look at Flores down his throat, and that's why he wanted to bunt down the first base line. Pitchers, they don't like those corner infielders breathing down their neck.
Next time, swing away. 1-2 to Gardner. All the way back to Gardner trying to execute that inside the park home run. Citi Field opened in 2009. There have been 4 inside the park home runs at Citi Field. One of them by a soon to be Met, Jay Bruce. Bruce did it in 2012. Angel Pagan, Blake Swihart, remember with the Red Sox?
That's right.
And Ruben Tejada have the other inside the park home runs in this ballpark.
Swihart had just a line drive to center field that bounced back like the play you were talking about, Keith, at Busch Stadium.
And in that circumstance, the corner outfielder didn't come to help.
That's true.
Verrett with a changeup strikes out Gardner, his first strikeout of the night. 1-0 Mets in the third. As Granderson leads off the home third inning and takes a knee-high strike from Sabathia. Granderson popped up his first time up. It's been a year of fits and starts for Curtis, who right now is 1 for his last 16. Generally perks up when the Mets play the Yankees. Of course, he spent 4 years playing in the Bronx. 7 connects with the 4 that goes to Yankee Stadium. But that won't be till Wednesday. 1-2 to Granderson. Ruggiano and Walker to follow for the Mets in the third against Sabathia, who gave up a leadoff home run to Wilmer Flores in the second. Only the 10th home run Sabathia's allowed this year. Granderson held the swing. I guess that's the advantage of being a lefty pitching at Yankee Stadium. You don't give up quite as many of those cheap right field home runs. And that slider misses inside. 3-2.
Just a little flat for Sabathia right now, that slider.
And that goes over the head of Granderson, and he's on first base.
Just a little inside. Wow, this one got away right over his head.
Wow. You could win a gas card. Just follow SNY on Twitter during the 5th inning of tonight's game for details on how to enter the SNY 5th inning sweepstakes presented by Tri-State Ford. So there's the second walk given up by Sabathia. A bit of a scary one for Granderson. He's on first with nobody out for Justin Ruggiano, who fly to center his first time and thinks about a bunt. And it spins out of the way of the cutter.
What's scary there for Granderson is that there's a comfort level as a hitter against a veteran pitcher on a 3-2 pitch that he's going to throw it somewhere near the plate. And that was right at his coconut.
That was a big surprise. That would have got my attention.
It's fortunate it was as high as it was. It could have been, I don't know, 6 inches lower. Could have gotten him. Get to Citi Field Saturday, August 13th. Watch the Mets take on the Padres at 7:10. Plus, stay after the game as Styx performs as part of the Mets post-game concert series presented by Budweiser. Admission to the concert is included in the price of the game ticket. For tickets, visit Mets.com/concerts.
Dave Freed's favorite band.
I have to get him to read the promo next time.
Yeah, because he's totally into Styx.
Grounded toward third. Headley's got it. Castro with the turn for the 5-4-3 double play.
Tailor-made right here. A little one-hopper. And he's playing in, so it cuts the distance down.
Headley, a former Gold Glover who has had his ups and downs defensively since joining the Yankees.
He's had some throwing issues. Interesting turn there by Castro. Wasn't it a tailor-made? He kind of threw it underneath. Get that runner Granderson down.
Here's Neil Walker, who struck out his first time up. And it's hit toward the middle, but there's Gregorius to field it. And that retires the side. Leadoff walk, but Sabathia takes care of that with a double play. Still 1-0 Mets after 3. Change in the outfield. Michael Conforto in to play left field. Alejandro De Aza moves to center field, and that's because Justin Ruggiano appeared to injure himself running down to first base.
Right by the bag. Right there, Grimace.
So Terry Collins has to make another change in his outfield, which is a source of a lot of discussion today. And we have the perfect guy to talk about the Mets outfield and other things. Sandy Alderson, Mets general manager, joining us in the booth. Sandy, we were going to first congratulate you on making the trade today for Jay Bruce, but let's talk about first another injury. You guys have to feel incredibly snake bit with what's been going on lately.
Seems like it's been a daily occurrence, and somebody even showing up from out of town bit by the bug. But you know, the glut of outfielders we had about an hour ago just got to be less of a glut.
Let's talk about Jay Bruce. You pick up a guy who's leading the league in RBIs. You said we need offense. That's the most important consideration. Why was he the right guy?
Well, a couple of things. First of all, you know, you've got to consider availability and matchup with another club. So you know, just as we talked to Cincinnati about Bruce last year, we talked about him again this year because he was, quote, available. So you know, that starts the process. There are probably only 4 or 5 possibilities.
Barry drills one into the corner. And he'll pull in at second base with a leadoff double.
Takes a change up here, stays back, rips it into right field. Always want to get those change ups on the outside corner. Don't let over the middle, you're going to get hurt. With a hitter like Ellsbury, who stayed back nice on that pitch.
It's a tough matchup for Verrett. A lot of left-handed hitters, a lot of guys that can put the ball out of the park, but he's done a nice job so far tonight. With respect to Bruce, as I said, first of all, it's about availability, and secondly, it's about matching up with a club as far as prospects or other players are concerned, and you know, their interest in our players and evaluation of our players. He's obviously having a good season, and we're looking for somebody to have an impact immediately. This is about the next 2 months, as well as sort of a fourth consideration, the fact that he's under control for another year.
Hey, Sandy, does I know you and Walt Jockney have known each other for a long time. Does that make it easier when you're talking deals with a team that you have a relationship with the president there?
I think it can make a difference, yeah, and I think it can make it a little bit easier. For example, today in this situation, you know, we had a couple of twists in the road based on some medical issues that came up. So really, in a couple of respects, the deal was completely renegotiated, you know, over the course of a couple hours in the afternoon. And when you're looking at a deadline, sometimes that's easier to do with someone with whom you're familiar and have a little bit of you know, mutual experience and even trust.
How do you envision the center field situation? Now, Ruggiano was going to be your center fielder against left-handers, and now we don't know the extent of his injury, but it seems like we have a lot of corner outfielders. And how do you envision center field?
Yes, center field is tough, given the fact that the offense has been so anemic, and we've, in this case as well as in a couple of others, for example, putting Conforto in center field, sacrificed a little bit defensively, at least in the traditional sense, for the opportunity to get more offensive punch in the lineup. And that's been kind of a problem we've had, not just this year, but in the past couple of years, where we've had to make a couple of compromises in order to try and juice up the offense a little bit. So, you know, I would expect that center field is going to be a default position for a couple of guys, depending, for example, on Cespedes, one, his availability, and two, his desire to stay in left field. I think Bruce is pretty much a right fielder. He's got a decent right field arm, and we think his defensive ability is a little bit better than the metrics would suggest. But there's no question that we're going to have to mix and match in center field and probably give up a little bit defensively.
Now, you made the point during your press conference, and it's an important one, that Bruce is under control for next year. He has an option on his contract, and that protects you in part in case Cespedes opts out after this year. But what about Cespedes right now? He's been in and out of the lineup for weeks now. Hasn't played now for the last couple of days. I know you have 5 DH games coming up, and Terry intimated that he'd like to get him back in center field if he could. But what's your level of concern right now with Cespedes?
Well, I think as time has gone on, the level of concern has gone up, and you know, that's because the leg simply hasn't gotten better. Now, it may be no worse, it may be about the same. I don't know the answer to that. Only he does. But I think if it were not for the 5 games coming up against the American League in their ballpark that we will be able to DH him, that we would have seriously considered putting him on the disabled list, because you know, we can't live with anybody really in the lineup for a day, out for a day, unavailable to pinch hit, those kinds of things, which unfortunately you know, relate to his leg injury.
You know, Sandy, Cespedes, middle of the bat lineup, same with Bruce. Are you hoping that you get the same kind of revitalization of the lineup with just one player?
That's the hope. I think that you know, as I said earlier, you know, you hope that sticking somebody in the middle of that lineup will be a catalyst for everyone else, particularly somebody who's been a run producer at a time when we haven't been good at generating runs. And you know, the other concern was that Cespedes, being our significant offensive piece, you know, to the extent that we didn't have somebody protecting him, he would begin to see less and less pitching. So for that reason too, I think that Bruce is an important acquisition for us.
I know everybody's talking about the acquisitions you've made. I'd like to know what's your assessment with the starting 5, the 4 youngsters, how they performed this year, and also where are we in regards to Wheeler?
Well, as far as the 4 are concerned, obviously we had very high expectations, both we as an organization and, you know, fans as well as the media. You know, as a group, I think that they've performed well, maybe not up to the expectations that people had, simply because those had gotten almost mythical in proportion. The thing that's interesting is that we're getting performance from different sources. You know, Matt's out and did not pitch as well as he would have liked, probably because of the injury that he had corrected. But you know, Syndergaard has stepped up. Matz has really toughed it out, and DeGrom's been very steady. So those 3 guys have been very solid for us, and also obviously Bartola has done more than we could have imagined. So you know, those have all been roughly, in a general sense, met expectations. And if you look at us being, I don't know where we are now, I haven't looked recently, but probably 2 or 3 in earned run average in all of baseball. It's hard to argue with that, in spite of the other expectations that we've had. So I think all in all, that, you know, that hasn't been our problem. Our problem has been supporting that pitching. The bullpen's been good, at least the top half of the bullpen, guys in the 7th, 8th, 9th inning. You know, we had hoped to find somebody in the market that would help us in the 6th or 7th when we're behind, maybe help keep us a little closer. That hasn't happened yet, but we might find somebody on waivers or after the waiver deadline. And Wheeler, you know, we're hopeful now that he's on the right track. He threw a sim game, I believe today or yesterday, and he's going to pitch in a game on Saturday. So hopefully he's where he needs to be.
McCann lofts one out to right. Ellsbury tagging at second. He'll go to third. That's the first out of the inning. You didn't get maybe the bullpen piece you wanted, but you did swap a couple, and it's fascinating, of course, bringing John Neese back for Antonio Bastardo. What were the thoughts behind that move? Do you think that John is an upgrade in the bullpen, or was this made because in case you need a starter now it gives you an option?
I think both, frankly. I think that He might be an upgrade in the bullpen for the time being. Certainly somebody who can pitch multiple innings, which we didn't really have once Robles kind of graduated into a more significant piece. And at the same time, he does give us some protection in the rotation if we decide to change someone out or if we have an injury. Tonight, for example, with Verrett going this lineup, a heavily left-handed lineup, maybe with somebody like Neese in the bullpen, you go through the lineup twice and turn it over to somebody else who matches up with the starting lineup, and he takes you a couple, 2 or 3 more innings. So I think Jonathan can be a useful part of the bullpen, and as I said, if necessary, could spot start.
Sandy, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you. I think most fans thought that Dilson Herrera would play a part in the future of this ball club, but you have to give up a player to get a good one.
Trying to score is Ellsbury, and he slides in safely as Verrett gets upended, and the Yankees tie the game. The ball didn't get very far behind d'Arnaud, but Ellsbury aggressively making a break for the plate and comes in with a tying run.
Well, this is going to be a wild pitch, and d'Arnaud with the backhand did not get in there and block the ball, and just heads up base running by Ellsbury.
Well, Verrett could have gotten hurt there.
There's a lot of tumbling going on there.
Shera moved to second on the play. 1-1 to Gregorius with 1 out.
Sorry, I think I was asking about Dilson Herrera when that play started. I apologize.
Yeah, so no, Dilson was up here a couple of years ago and performed well, still very young, and has done a nice job at Vegas. And had we not picked up Neil Walker in the offseason, probably would have had a real strong shot at starting at second base. I think a couple of things that first of all, you got to give up something to get something.
Conforto over, and that's the second out.
And we did that. Secondly, our middle infield situation is actually looking pretty good right now. We've got obviously Jose Reyes was re-signed. Probably one of our top prospects, if not our top prospect. Rosario at AA is getting closer. Gavin Cecchini has had a very nice season at Las Vegas. And probably the other thing that Dilson's going to probably be a very good player, probably limited to second base, at least in our judgment. And so as the other players may offer a little more versatility, that also made a difference. But look, Cincinnati evaluates our players. They decide who they like and don't like, and if we're going to make a deal, we've got to at some point accede to at least some of their demands, and that's the way it goes.
The one guy you did not mention as potentially part of the second base future is the guy who's there now. Neil Walker's free agent at the end of the year, having a really nice season.
Sure.
Do you see a scenario where he could be back?
Oh, sure. I never eliminate any possible scenario. No, he's done a very nice job for us, and the assumption I think by most was, well, he's in his free agent year, etc. But as demonstrated by Cespedes last year, you never know exactly how these things are going to turn out.
Off the plate to Castro at 2-1. Just before we let you go, we have you up here occasionally to comment and watch, but what do you normally do during games? Are you watching? Are you hiding? I know we read Moneyball. Billy Beane likes to hide. What do you do during games?
I do a lot of different things. Sometimes I'll sit in my office and watch the game from my window with the TV on, so that I can see the game real time, and then also with the replays and so forth. Sometimes I'm in the box. Sometimes I'm walking around. Occasionally, I'll jump in my car and drive around. I don't want to watch the 8th inning. I don't want to watch the 9th inning. You know, I get on Junction Boulevard or Astoria. I do a lot of different things. And, you know, I don't know, when I'm doing this as long as I've been doing it, you develop a certain number of rituals, even idiosyncrasies, and it's hard to get away from them. I can remember when Dennis Eckersley was closing games, and he was closing games like Familia, you know, 52 out of 52, and I'd walk around the Oakland Arena or do something else just to keep my mind off it.
Sandy, thanks so much for spending some time with us. I know this has been an incredibly busy time for you, and congratulations on making the Bruce trade. It's going to be fun to watch.
Al, thanks very much for having me. Okay, guys, thanks.
And Sandy Alderson, Mets general manager, joining us. Yankees tied up 1-1 in the 4th. Wilmer Flores leading off the home 4th inning in a 1-1 game. Wilmer accounted for the Mets run with his 11th home run of the year, leading off in the 2nd against CC Sabathia. Backdoor slider for a strike. 0-2. Travis d'Arnaud on deck, then James Loney for the Mets in the 4th. Yankees tying the game on a wild pitch in the top of the inning. The 4th inning is brought to you by the 2017 Audi A4 and your tri-state Audi dealers. Two from Sabathia, and the breaking ball hit out to right field. Refsnyder moving back. 1 out. Well, time for your Toyota tweets of the game. We asked you, wait a second, why does Ronnie always give up his seat for the guest in the booth? Does Keith even offer? Well, that was unexpected. Keith, do you have anything to say about that?
I'm the oldest guy in the booth here.
I love, yeah, say I could go to the children's table. Very nice. That's hilarious.
Well, that was different. That's very nice. Travis d'Arnaud takes a strike. I didn't know that people noticed, Ronnie.
Well, they noticed. Did you see that shot?
Well, they could just put a fourth regular chair in here, and
Well, we got to have most of the booth taken up by Dave Freed. He's got to have his little corner there. So.
Oh, but Dave is he's essential.
how did it work out when they designed this booth that the statistician got the best seat?
I know, right?
I don't understand.
Gary would be nothing without Dave.
That's almost not true. We could just say that, you know, Keith had some back issues late in his career that might prevent him from sitting in that kind of chair.
It's very interesting you brought that up. My back is a little bit sore tonight. I fell asleep on the couch. Oh.
So it's because you've been carrying a.
Last night I fell asleep on the couch, but it was like in a bad, awkward position. I woke up at 3 in the morning. Oh gosh, I'm still stiff today. My lower back. So thank you, Ronnie. That'll make him happy. The tweet.
2-2 to d'Arnaud. I'm maybe I'm being naive. I'm just stunned that people even notice that kind of thing.
Really?
Yeah. I know you notice it because you're the one who has to move.
No, I mean, I think it's pretty funny and then I'm very comfortable on a bar stool, obviously. So.
Well, I'm glad we're calling it the bar stool now, because previously we called it the high chair.
It was interesting to have Sandy talk about the things he does during the game. That was a great question you asked him, because you know, you think of GMs and sitting in their suits and kind of looking at the computer or whatever. They live and die, a lot of them, with these games.
d'Arnaud hits one up the middle, and that's a base hit. Travis with the Mets' third hit of the night, a one-out single. Well, the reason I asked that was because in Moneyball, you know, Billy Beane's down in the weight room and just can't possibly watch the game, and you know, they used to work together. I was wondering what his approach was.
Well, I was with Oakland when Billy was just starting there in the front office, and he would routinely ride the bike for an hour while the game was on.
There's James Loney, who grounded out to second base his first time up. Loney's got more career at bats than anybody in the Mets lineup tonight against CC Sabathia. 5 for 24 from their time facing each other in the American League East.
Billy Beane, the #1 pick for the Mets, was one of my real good friends when I first came over here, and his roommate in spring training every year was Lenny Dykstra.
Wow, that must have been some pair.
Right?
I can't even picture the two of them together.
That's why I mentioned it.
By the way, Billy made another one of those deadline deals today. He took his best assets and he got back 3 terrific prospects. Josh Reddick and Rich Hill going to the Dodgers for 3 minor league pitchers. And so it goes.
Yes, it does.
Off the plate to Loney, and now Sabathia behind 3-1. There's your Cadillac drive around the majors. Well, the Dodgers made that trade, and the Giants picked up lefty Matt Moore in exchange for Matt Duffy, who was nearly the Rookie of the Year last year. So that's a kind of a gamble on the Giants' part. And they got Will Smith, who's, you know, a quality lefty who's not having a great year.
Well, it seems like Bruce Bochy always seems to get the best out of left-handers that are in that bullpen for the Giants.
I mean, the Javi Lopez's and the Jeremy Affelds, those guys. Well, the Giants had to get a starter because, you know, once you get past Cueto and Bumgarner in that rotation, it's awfully iffy. as they try to hang on to first place in that division, and Matt Morris certainly gives them a talented young left-hander. 3-2, and Loney pops it up into shallow center. On comes Ellsbury to get it. Toronto back to first, 2 out. Now Matt Reynolds. Reynolds doubled down the left field line his first time up. You missed it earlier. The Mets have not yet placed Asdrubal Cabrera on the disabled list, but they almost certainly will tomorrow with an injury to his left knee. Reynolds replaced Antonio Bastardo on the active roster. Every team in the majors has a lot of people coming and going today. Normally the trading deadline is on July 31st. They moved it back to the 1st this year because they didn't want everybody to be playing while the trading deadline was going on, as would be the case on a Sunday afternoon. But what happens is that there are so many trades made in the couple of hours before games are played that you've got rosters that are a little bit skewed for a day or two after all the shuffling around. The Yankees have their AAA team close enough that they can get players here quickly. So with Beltran and Nova exiting, they were able to bring up 2 players, Nick Goody and Ben Gamel, to replace them on the roster, and they're here. Reynolds was coming anyway because Cabrera got hurt yesterday. But the Mets will have to make some moves tomorrow when Bruce and Neese arrive. Hit to the second baseman. Castro takes it to the bag, and that retires the side. A hit and 1 left. We've played 4 at Citi Field. Mets and Yankees tied at 1. In Major League history that a player has been traded in the middle of the season when he leads his league in runs batted in. Jay Bruce, 80 RBIs, 25 home runs for the Reds in his 8th big league season, having his best season for Cincinnati after 2 down seasons the last 2 years. But he really turns it around this year, and that's the player the Mets are getting. And he should join the Mets tomorrow and play right field every day and hit cleanup. And if the Mets have their way, continue to mash the ball the way he has been this season.
My brain works in weird ways, so this is what I see. What number is Jay Bruce?
He was 32 with the Reds. Now that's Steven Matz right now.
I know.
So you're saying there might be a little wheeling and dealing?
I don't know.
Chase Utley grounded out his first time up.
32 was Matlack, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. And I think, I don't know. It depends how important 32 is to Bruce. I don't know if that's something he's particularly affectionate about.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't care. But Stephen may have already gotten a text. I don't know. Headley gets jammed and pops it up. In comes De Aza to call. One away. Fifth inning brought to you by your Tri-State Ford dealers who invite you to test drive a new Ford. You'll discover why Ford is the total package. The issue of number switching came up during Mike Piazza's Hall of Fame speech, because very famously when Mike came to the Mets, John Franco, who had been number 31, gave Mike his number without compensation.
Yeah.
And John took number 45, which had been his number in college at St. John's. Bob Refsnyder got hit on the arm by a pitch his first time up. You know, some of those transactions involve significant amounts of cash. I know that Jose Reyes, when he came back to the Mets, Travis d'Arnaud was wearing number 7, and he gave Travis a Rolex to get the number back.
So a precedent has been set.
However, what I also remember is that when Mitch Williams went to the Phillies and John Kruk had his number, Kruk just asked for a case of beer.
Kruk. In our day, we would have got a Citizens watch or something like that. And we would have taken it.
Reno to Refsnyder with Sabathia on deck. There's a strike. Verrett gave up a leadoff double to Jacoby Ellsbury in the 4th inning. Ellsbury eventually came in on a wild pitch, and that's the only blemish against Verrett so far. Check swing, call strike. 3-2. Outside, ball 4, and Refsnyder's on with the 1-out walk. That's the 3rd walk given up by Verrett. Of course, sometimes you can't get the number you want. You know, when Piazza went to San Diego, he couldn't get 31 because it had been retired for Dave Winfield.
Well, Keith couldn't get 37 when he came here.
I didn't really care for 37 in St. Louis. That kind of wore on me, but 17 was Dizzy Dean, retired.
Yeah.
Reggie Smith had number 7. I'm going to ask Reggie Smith for his number. Mike Anderson was a veteran backup 4th outfielder on our ball club. That was 27. So Lynn McLaughlin was a 47. So I took 37.
Sabathia gets a nice bunt down this time. And d'Arnaud makes the toss to get him. 2-4 on the sacrifice. So Sabathia, who bunted into a double play last time up, gets the job done this time.
Well, what was interesting here is that CC deadens the ball much better, but that Wilmer, who was very aggressive the first time CC came to the plate, wasn't as aggressive this time. I don't know why.
So a runner in scoring position with 2 out. Now Brett Gardner, who got the night off to an exciting start with a triple off the center field fence. Tried to circle the bases, was thrown out at the plate. Good hustle by Granderson to get over into center field to pick it up. Great throw by Walker. Good tag by d'Arnaud, who dropped a shin guard on Gardner's arm. And that got Verrett his first out of the night. Hit sharply over the bag. That's a fair ball, and the Yankees will take the lead. Refsnyder in to score. Gardner pulls in at second base with an RBI double. His 2nd extra base hit of the night, and the Yankees go in front 2-1.
I've always liked Brett Gardner as a player, as a hustler, a spark plug. Gets a breaking ball here. Too much plate right down the line.
Usually you think as a pitcher you can get away with that first pitch breaking ball, but that wasn't a good enough one.
So the walk to the number 8 hitter comes back to bite Verrett as Gardner cashes in the run.
Stays back on the breaking ball. See full extension, so that ball's out over the middle.
Jacoby Ellsbury, who doubled his last time up and scored the first Yankee run. And he lines one into left center for a base hit, and that'll chase home Gardner. Bobbled by De Aza, so Ellsbury heads to second. The tag by Walker, and Ellsbury arrives safely. 3-1 Yankees. So the 2 fast guys at the top of the Yankee batting order, Gardner and Ellsbury, driving in the runs, and the Yankees have a 2-run lead.
hanging breaking ball pulled, and this one a sinker that stays too much out over the plate, not enough sink, and Ellsbury hits it right where it's pitched, and that should be an E8 right there on the advance, Gare.
Managed to keep the hand on the bag as Walker kept the tag on him. It is a single, an RBI for Ellsbury, and error on De Aza, allowing him to advance.
The Yankees hustling.
So the table setters for the Yankees, Gardner and Ellsbury, a combined 4 for 6 with 3 extra base hits tonight. Here's Teixeira, who's grounded out and walked. This is exactly what happened to Verrett in his last start. The one bad inning where a couple of 2-out hits provided the damage. Grounded into the shift. Walker's got it. Verrett covers in time to get Teixeira. 4-1 putout ends the inning. But the Yankees get a couple of 2-out RBI hits from Gardner and Ellsbury. Halfway through at Citi Field, Yankees lead at 3-1. Walk to the number 8 hitter. And his tenure in this game probably over. He's due to bat second in the inning. With the Mets down 3-1, Alejandro De Aza leads off against CC Sabathia.
So there's little scenes like that. You can see how paternal Terry Collins can be with his players. You know, no one feels worse than Verrett after giving a couple of runs in the 5th inning, but manager over there with some consoling.
Brandon Nimmo is out on deck to pinch hit. Good slider by Sabathia. 0-2 to De Aza. There's your 4th, 5th inning recap. Brett Gardner driving in the go-ahead run. Wilmer Flores had given the Mets the early lead with his 11th home run of the year. Sabathia trying to put back-to-back good starts together for the first time in a couple of months. And so far so good for the veteran lefty. He's given up a run on 3 hits over the first 4 innings. There's Nimmo on deck. And De Aza with a half swing. He went around strike 3. 3rd strikeout of the night for Sabathia. 1 down in the home 5th. Let's check in with Steve Gelb. Steve.
Well, Gary, David Wright may not be playing, but at home he still has a big impact on this team. Today was a weird day for Brandon Nimmo. Almost Wilmer Flores light. Thought he was traded, then he wasn't traded. But David Wright sought him out about a half an hour before the trade deadline and just took him aside, wanted to get his temperature a little bit, how he was feeling. And what Nimmo said is that Wright expressed, hey, either you stay here and that's a good thing, or you get traded, and remember, that means that some other team wanted you. So no matter what happens, still keep confidence in yourself and realize that everything's going to work out. And even though it was only about a half an hour left until the deadline, Nimmo said it was like a weight had been lifted, and he felt like everything was going to be okay.
Did Brandon mention whether David's been getting any sleep this week?
I did not ask. I would assume the answer is no. Ron probably has a better answer to that, though.
You know, it's interesting. Some of the collateral damage that happens with this Twitterverse that we live in is that if you're following the wrong people and they don't have the journalistic ethos that they should have, your name sometimes gets mentioned. And if you're a young player, boy, that it does affect you. You know, you get your parents calling and family calling.
Well, some of it's, you know, journalists just throwing stuff out there.
Yeah.
But a lot of it is the fact that front offices leak information about the progress of talks that sometimes don't go anywhere. So it might be a perfectly legitimate thing that a player's name is being bandied about between a couple of front offices, but then nothing comes to pass, and there's no reason for the information to have been out there in the first place.
But the players left in the wake.
Right. Exactly. 2-2 to Nimmo with Granderson on deck. And a busted bat, foul. By the way, if you're wondering why Nimmo, a left-hand batter against Sabathia here, well, the Mets right-handed bench tonight is Asdrubal Cabrera, who's hurt, can't play. Yoenis Cespedes, who's banged up, might or might not be able to pinch hit later, and their backup catcher Rene Rivera. That's the right-handed bench. As has often been the case this year, Mets are playing less than 25 men solid.
Yeah.
Nimmo with a new bat, floats one into shallow left, and that'll fall for a hit. So a pinch hit single for Brandon Nimmo. Happy to still be here.
Nice little inside out right there with 2 strikes. Up in the strike zone, goes right there, and a little inside out, beautifully done.
So a man not traded who never had to shed a tear.
You know, guys, one last thing about all that, by the way. I mean, you were mentioning, Ron, about the Twitter sphere, and he was saying how it was something that he really tried to avoid. Nimmo did, by not looking at his phone. The only problem was that he needed his phone to check the time, so he kept checking the time on his phone and seeing a litany of text messages, so he couldn't avoid it as the day went on.
I have 2 words for him, Steve.
Get a watch?
Airplane mode.
That's good. Airplane mode. I think get a watch is 3 words too. So.
One to Granderson on a high strike ball by Mark Carlson, the home plate umpire. Eric Goodell will be on to pitch for the Mets in the 6th inning. Michael Conforto on deck and ready for his first at bat of the night. And the slider off the plate, 2-1. Granderson has popped up and walked tonight. Fouled away, 2-2. Tomorrow night we're on Pix 11 for the 2nd game of the series. Quite a pitching matchup. Jacob deGrom goes for the Mets. Masahiro Tanaka for the Yankees. Then the scene moves Wednesday night to the Bronx. Steven Matz goes Wednesday night. Bartolo Colon Thursday night. The Yankees have to figure out a starter for Wednesday. That was supposed to be Ivan Nova, who's now a Pittsburgh Pirate. Off speed, swung and missed. And Sabathia has his 4th strikeout, his 2nd in this inning.
Well, we've really seen kind of the evolution of the slider within this game for CC Sabathia. Very flat on the beginning of the game, and now starting to get some depth and break on it. This is a good one here.
Well, now Michael Conforto. Michael came in to play left field. Justin Ruggiano left the game. Word on Ruggiano, he suffered a mild strain of the left hamstring running from home to first in the 3rd inning. As Sandy Alderson said when we had him on, even guys are coming in from out of town and getting hurt. That's when the feelings start getting hurt.
That's right.
Four left-handed batters in a row in this inning for Sabathia, and Conforto hooks one toward the right field corner, and a diving try by Refsnyder. He comes up empty. Nimmo will score all the way from first. Conforto on his way to 3rd, and now he thinks better of it and goes back to the bag. He'll settle for an RBI double, and it cuts the Yankees lead to 3-2. Refsnyder, a relatively inexperienced corner outfielder, really never had a chance for this ball, but gave it a good try.
Well, Ronnie mentioned that Sabathia's slider was coming around, and it was, but he hung one right there. And Conforto took advantage of that hanger.
So if you had more experience with 2 outs there, Refsnyder would have played that off the wall, probably would have held Nimmo from scoring, but opted for the dive. Conforto gets a double. Conforto want to get in that lineup every day, get some hits against lefties. He did right there.
Michael thought seriously about trying for a triple, so with 2 out, didn't want to make the 3rd out of 3rd. Now he's the tying run at 2nd with Walker at the plate. And Neal takes a changeup outside for ball 1. That is Michael Conforto's first extra base hit against a left-hand pitcher this season. He had been 4 for 45 against lefties with 4 singles before that at bat. And Walker smokes one out to right center. Back in the gap goes Ellsbury to the wall to make the catch. Walker just misses. Ellsbury picked it right before he got to the fence and keeps the Yankees in the lead. Conforto's RBI double makes it 3-2. First Mets Yankees game of the year, a day of comings and goings and cameos by tennis stars. How about that? An exciting beginning to the game, and out at the plate, a home run for the Mets to get them started. The Yankees able to rebound against Logan Verrett and take a lead. Mets fighting back in the 5th inning. And we've got a 3-2 game as we start the 6th at Citi Field. Eric Goodell on to pitch. Brian McCann leading off and takes the pitch low for ball 1.
Eric last appeared on Friday night against the Rockies. Gave up a home run to Mark Reynolds in his 2 innings of work.
McCann has popped to short, fly to right, 0 for 2. And takes a fastball strike. Logan Verrett threw 84 pitches through 5 innings, allowed 3 runs, 4 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, a hit batsman, a wild pitch, and leaves trailing 3-2. Didi Gregorius on deck, and then Starlin Castro for the Yankees in the 6th. And McCann takes a splitter in the dirt, 2-1. Brian McCann, a 7-time All-Star. He was the best hitting catcher in the National League for half a dozen years while playing for the Braves. A frequent thorn in the Mets side.
It's one of the hardest positions really to judge, isn't it? Those catchers that have so many games in them, so many innings squatting behind the plate. You know, when is their cup runneth over kind of deal, right?
And you never know which ones are going to be able to have the longevity. I mean, would you have bet on necessarily Bob Boone lasting as long as he did, and Carl Fisk and Tim McCarver? I mean, these guys played 20 years. Some catchers don't have that kind of shelf life.
That's right.
McCann pulls one, and Loney snags it. 1 out. Our Toyota Twitter poll: do you like the Mets trade for Jay Bruce? A solid 75% approve. That's a landslide, folks. The trade swept the Electoral College. I'm told we had more participation in the voting process for that SNY Twitter poll than anyone we've run this year.
Don't boo, just vote.
Here's Gregorius hitting it sharply. Walker with a nice diving stop. 2 out. Walker with a nice play. 2 out and nobody on. Let's check in with the studio. Justine Ward has a game break brought to you by your local Honda dealers. How about the Marlins sending Colin Ray back to the Padres today? I have never heard of this happening before.
After he made 1 start and hurt his elbow.
Now, the Padres gave the Marlins back a player. But if they were willing to do the undoing of that part of the trade, does that mean that they realized that they traded damaged goods and they're basically admitted to it?
I guess.
I've never seen that happen before. Castro hits one out to right, and Granderson's right there waiting. 9-pitch inning for Eric Goodell as he sets the Yankees down 1-2-3. Still 3-2 Yankees in the 6th. Baseball on SNY is brought to you by Geico. Over 75 years of savings and service. By Cholula. Uncap real flavor of your favorite foods with the delicious taste of Cholula hot sauce. Try all 5 unique flavors, including green pepper. And by Heineken. Open your world. The entire tableau of New York baseball, from Yankee Stadium to the Polo Grounds, the big field.
What was those in the old Shea when they had the different like squares up there and different? Was that supposed to be like confetti? What is that? What's that supposed to mean? I never understood it.
I think it was an architecturally interesting quirk that they took down after a while.
Yeah, they did.
Mustn't have been that interesting.
Well, for a while it was just gray concrete, and then eventually they painted it the dark blue, and it looked a lot better. Wilmer Flores had a home run back in the second inning to get the Mets scoring started.
It's funny though, so if you look around the towns we travel to, certain parking garages do that with the squares and stuff, and it's supposed to make it look more attractive. Maybe that's what was going on.
Flores leading off in the home sixth against Sabathia. Moves back from the cutter, 2-1. So in St. Petersburg tonight, Danny Duffy for the Kansas City Royals is working on a no-hitter through 6 1/3 against the Rays. Talented left-hander. Flores pops one foul. That'll come back out of play. Somebody pointed out that the last time the Kansas City Royals threw a no-hitter, the Tampa Bay Rays did not exist.
Wow.
That would have been Brett Saberhagen back in '91. Yes, it's very exciting. Two and two to Flores with d'Arnaud and Loney to follow. And he reaches for it and taps it wide at first. Teixeira can't get it. Castro can, but Sabathia doesn't cover, and Flores is on. Sabathia never got off the mound, so even if Teixeira had flagged that down, there would have been no play.
It's clearly a ball for the second baseman. I think Teixeira probably kicking himself for going after that ball. And the ball did come up, but you're right. Sabathia did not cover. And all the more reason with a guy like Sabathia, who's big and lumbering, you know, not to go in the hole so much.
Yeah. Didn't look like CC made much of an effort even to get over there.
Yeah, he can't really run anymore with that knee.
So it's an infield hit for Flores, his second hit of the night. Tying run on base with nobody out for d'Arnaud. And Travis takes the fastball inside. CC wanted that call, didn't get it. d'Arnaud had a base hit up the middle his last time up, 1 for 2 on the night.
So Keith, when you were the Mets, Sid Fernandez sometimes had some issues covering first. Would you tell yourself don't go to your right on a softball? I mean, trying to protect against Sid covering?
Well, particularly remember Sid had some bad knees. Yeah. He had some balky knees. So yes, you know, Sid had that slow breaking curveball too. The left-handers tend to pull a lot. So and there was not the shifts that there are today. You know, your second baseman didn't. But that ball wasn't hit hard enough to get into right field.
Of course, the flip side of that is that Sid was a fly ball pitcher.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why Davey would sometimes play Kevin Mitchell or Howard Johnson at shortstop when Sid was pitching. Is he smiling?
I don't think so.
Couldn't tell. 2-1 coming. And that one just outside, 3-1. StubHub brings you the Mets box score. Wilmer Flores homered for the first Met run. Michael Conforto doubled in the second Met run. His first ever extra base hit against a lefty. 3-1 to d'Arnaud with Flores at first and nobody out. And Travis lines one the other way for a base hit. Flores pulls in at second, and the Mets have back-to-back base hits to start the 6th inning. Second hit of the night for Travis.
Fastball away, went right with it. Runner had to freeze. Line drive right in front of you. Good job, Wilmer.
So now James Loney and the Yankees looking into their dugout to see how Joe Girardi wants him to play their infield here. Do they look for the bunt in this spot?
I don't bunt Loney.
Yeah, I wouldn't
best
bunt him
hitter.
either.
No way.
You were the lefty on the mound?
No.
Yep.
He hits lefties well.
Loney's grounded out and flied out today, 0 for 2, and gets the first pitch off his fists, a foul ball. That's the career number for Loney with runners in scoring position, and like everybody else on this team, he's underperformed his career numbers in that department. Down the way, and quickly Sabathia ahead 0-2. Now the 0-2. And he reaches for it and strikes out. So not a good at bat for Loney as he strikes out on the slider off the plate for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, but credit to Sabathia there. He went right after him, Gary, to get ahead 0-2. Now he can waste the slider off the plate, and a good one. And he went fishing.
That's a big first out for Sabathia. Now Matt Reynolds comes up with first and second and 1 out. Reynolds doubled down the left field line back in the second, 1 for 2 on the night. That's about hit the Yankees 7-4, but they trail 3-2 in the 6th.
In the air, deep left center field. Back goes Ellsbury. Back near the wall. It's out of here. Matt Reynolds turns the game around with a 3-run homer. Just back from the minor leagues, Matt Reynolds with his second major league home run. And the Mets lead it 5-3.
He's pumped.
That's great.
Pretty much like Walker's home run, a 3-run homer yesterday. Reynolds' first pitch fastball. All over it.
Like Walker taking the Mets from behind to in front with one swing. Second home run Sabathia is allowed tonight.
This was a home run in the old ballpark. Was it deep enough?
Majestic shot.
Maybe not, but still crushed. Mistake.
And that's not a big home run hitter. Only 2 in Las Vegas this year. Now his second in the major leagues. What's interesting about Reynolds is he now has 46 major league at bats. He has 8 extra base hits, 6 doubles, and now 2 home runs. Pitcher spot due up next. Steven Matz has come out on deck, not Jay Bruce. number 32. And that's floated to past shortstop, but back goes Gregorius to get it for the second out.
Well, there you go. Fired up.
Adulterated joy. Great to see.
Some happy Met fans. Well, with the Mets having a short bench tonight, Steven Matz gets the pinch hitting assignment. Already seen Jacob deGrom a couple of times this year as a pinch hitter. And now Matz getting his opportunity. 5 hits, 2 RBIs this year. His first major league pinch hitting assignment. Yankee fan got the ball. Met fans trying to prevent him from throwing the ball back.
That's great.
Give it to us. We'll take it.
And Steven takes a strike, 2-1. Well, the Mets were up 1-0, down 3-1. They got a run in the 5th on Conforto's RBI double. And then go in front on Matt Reynolds' 3-run homer. Inside, and Sabathia behind Matt's 3-1. CC up over 100 pitches now. 22 of them in this inning. And Matz takes a rip, 3-2. Yankees have had Connor Malee and Richard Blyer up in the bullpen. Malee a right-hander, Blyer a left-hander, but Joe Girardi trying to get Sabathia through this 6th inning. And he walks Matz, and he may not get there. And here comes Girardi, and that's going to be all for CC Sabathia. 3rd walk given up by Sabathia tonight. And they'll bring in the left-hander Blyer with Granderson coming up. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Sabathia out of the game after 5 2/3. After Wilmer Flores got aboard with a base hit. Travis d'Arnaud followed him. And Matt Reynolds cashed 3. 5-3 Mets in the 6th. Richard Blyer, the rookie left-hander, gets a slider in for a strike.
Well, you see his numbers so far. He's been doing his job against the left-handers, but the right-handers have been wearing him out so far.
Blyer, a 29-year-old rookie in his 4th different organization. And Granderson floats one in the left center. That's going to fall for a base hit. Matz going first to third. And the Mets have runners at the corners with 2 out. So Granderson gets a hit off the left-hander. And the inning continues.
Just kind of places it in there, not hit hard, but you'll take it right now. Granderson's been struggling. Matt's very athletic, can run.
So that'll get Michael Conforto to the plate with first and third and 2 out. 3 runs already home in the inning. Sabathia has already been charged with 5. He's got 1 more that's his responsibility out there. Conforto's had 1 at bat in this game after coming on for the injured Justin Ruggiano. And he got his first ever extra base hit against the left-hander when he doubled against Sabathia to drive in a run. And Blyer throws it behind him. Matz will not break from third, and Granderson holds at first.
Jeez. How could Granderson not go to second?
So Blyer a little discombobulated. Did Granderson think this was a foul ball? It hit the glove, not the bat.
Still have to go, even if you think it's a foul ball.
I can understand Matz not trying it because the ball bounced back quickly to McCann.
In fact, that was a good read by Matz.
So Blyer looking a little shaken. Checks in on Granderson. Richard Blyer came out of Florida Gulf Coast University, known more for dunkers than for pitchers. 1-1 to Conforto.
I can safely say I never threw a ball behind someone unless I wanted to. I mean, that was 3 feet behind him.
Slider off the plate to Conforto, 2-1. Conforto, the 8th man up in the inning. Neil Walker is on deck. Matt Reynolds' 3-run homer in this inning has given the Mets the lead. And now Conforto looking for more with Matz at third and Granderson at first. And Michael bounces that one foul on the sinker, 2-2. Matt Reynolds with his first introduction to the Mets-Yankees rivalry. And he's already produced a memorable moment. 2-2. And Conforto fights it off. We were wondering last night whom the Mets might call up with the injury to Cabrera. They had a bunch of choices. For today, looks like they made the right choice.
Yes, they did.
Matz at third, Granderson at first with 2 out. And it's off the plate to Conforto, 3-2. You know, you think about it, when Joe Girardi had that full bullpen with Betances and Miller and Chapman, if Sabathia got in trouble with 2 out in the 6th, would he have gone to Betances?
He could have. Betances is one of those guys that can pitch multiple innings. And he is, like all 3 of those guys, pretty unhittable when they were out there in the bullpen.
So it's a completely new game plan for Girardi. They did reacquire Adam Warren in the Chapman deal. And they did pick up Tyler Clippard the other day from Arizona. So they do have a couple of guys to work in front of Betances now, but it's not quite the same as it was. 8th pitch of the at-bat coming. And Conforto takes inside ball 4, and the bases are loaded for Walker.
Wow.
And Joe Girardi's coming up the dugout steps. He's got a right-hander ready in the bullpen. How often in the past would anybody bring in a right-hander to face Walker in a big spot and take out a lefty? But Walker's been so good batting right-handed that Girardi is going to make just that move.
And he's also going to take him out because this guy can't find the plate.
So Blyer can't retire anybody. Well, Lee will come in. Still 5-3 New York. Goings today. The Yankees had 2 number 57s on their roster. We got the wrong one. It was Nick. It's Nick Goody coming in. He was just recalled today by the Yankees.
He made his debut last season for the Yankees.
So they'll come in to face Neil Walker with the bases loaded. Matz, who pinch hit and walked, is on third. Granderson at second. Conforto at first. And Walker takes inside ball 1. Walker nearly hit one out of the ballpark last time up. Hit one that Ellsbury caught right at the fence in right center field. Walker has also struck out and grounded out tonight, 0 for 3. Goody falls behind 2-0. Goody was called up today to take Ivan Nova's spot on the Yankees active roster. His 23rd game in the big leagues this year. Wilmer Flores, who started this inning with an infield hit, is now on deck. And Walker takes it high, and Goody falls behind 3-0. Rio coming, and Walker takes a strike.
Well, here's a lovely pitch to hit.
With a lot of red-hot hitter at the plate, 12 hits in his last 22 at bats, and lately even his outs have been hard. And Walker pops it up. Gregorius out, Ellsbury in, and Ellsbury puts it away to retire the side. Mets send 9 men to the plate. Matt Reynolds' 3-run homer gets the Mets the lead. 5-3 Mets after 6. New York's best sports writers react to today's Jay Bruce trade and all the other trade deadline news from around the league. Daily News Live presented by Citi tomorrow at 5 only on SNY. People's United Bank brings you tonight's starters. Logan Verrett left on the short end, but the Mets were able to get the lead against CC Sabathia before he took his exit. 5-3 Mets as we go to the 7th.
Is that 2 times Logan's left on the short end and ended up the last time he was in line for victory?
Right. Cespedes hit the 2-run homer to put the Mets in front, but they wound up not winning that game. Here, Eric Goodell is his pitcher of record on the long side as Hansel Robles takes over the pitching in the 7th.
Last time he appeared in the game was Thursday against the Rockies when he got a couple of outs, one via the strikeout.
Chase Headley leads off. Headley's 0 for 2, grounded out and flied out. Mets put on the full shift against him. Headley, though, did show bunt earlier in the night, so Reynolds was playing reasonably close. Now he backs up after 1 strike. See that a lot in these shifts today. Figure a hitter might try and drop one down first pitch, but after 1 strike, no.
Well, they don't want to get behind the 8 ball with 2 strikes, I guess, but boy, automatic hit.
Down by 2 runs.
Yep.
Headley gets jammed and fouls it back on the changeup from Robles, and it's 1-2.
Well, this is the beginning of the very strong back end of the Mets bullpen. Robles for 7th inning, Reed, and then Familia. It's been a pretty solid group.
You know, it's interesting, Keith, that you mentioned that, because a couple of weeks ago when Sandy Alderson was asked about what the Mets might do before the deadline, he was pretty insistent that what the Mets wanted was another power arm at the end of the game. But I think the emergence of Robles over the last few weeks made that less of a must-have, because he's been awfully good. Look at those numbers over the last 6 weeks.
He's been phenomenal.
Rob Refsnyder on deck, then the pitcher's spot in the 7th. And Headley takes just off the plate at 98, full count. Can't walk the leadoff hitter. And Robles strikes him out with a high fastball.
Well, lots of movement on this pitch, Keith.
Just runs away, and he's got some giddy up on it. He's very effective upstairs. Gets a little lift to that ball, a little rise. Rubber arm. You can get 2 innings out of him. It's only 3 some if he's rested. He likes the work, Robles.
Here's Refsnyder. Tried to hold the swing and stopped it in time. In Tampa Bay, Danny Duffy's no-hit bid ended in the bottom of the 8th. So you can scratch that off your list of things to pay attention to. But I got another one for you.
Okay.
Slider on the corner, 1-1. In Cleveland tonight, Max Kepler for the Minnesota Twins has hit 3 home runs. It's only the 7th inning. Well, he should get a shot at hitting 4.
And that's after a great July by Kepler. He had 8 home runs in July.
2-1 to Refsnyder. Aaron Hicks is out on deck to pinch hit. Broken bat looper into right, and right there is Granderson, 2 out. So Refsnyder is retired. 2 out and nobody on in the top of the 7th. Now it's Hicks, the former Minnesota Twin, terrific defender who has really struggled at the plate this year.
Hicks is one of those young players that was kind of rushed to the big leagues with the Twins and never ever hit the way they thought he would hit.
Remember, we saw him early in his rookie season in that snow-covered series the Mets played at Target Field, and he was just overmatched at that point. Hicks hits one well to center field, chasing De Aza back. He'll get there. Side retired. 1-2-3 inning for Hansel Robles in the top of the 7th. Last 7 Yankee batters have been retired. Stretch time at Citi Field, 5-3 Mets.
Train, train, ride me my way. Train, train, take me back to the place where love was mine. Don't be late, I know this time. Train, train, it's my last track. Train, train, don't pass that station. Train, train, this is my stop. I think I see my
Things look good on the 7th train today. And things looking good for the Mets as they come to bat in the bottom of the 7th, leading 5-3. Aaron Hicks stays in the game in right field, and the former Met, former Yankee, now new Yankee, Tyler Clippard is in to pitch.
Well, Clippard was originally drafted by the Yankees in 2007 in the 9th round, and I think he made his debut against the Mets, right, with a start at Shea Stadium.
Yes, he did. This is his first appearance since being reacquired by the Yankees from the Diamondbacks day before yesterday. He was in 40 games for Arizona this year, not his best season. Wilmer Flores first man to face him. Wilmer crushes one foul into a luxury box where they were not expecting him.
Clippard signed a 2-year deal with Arizona, but now a Yankee.
Yankees traded a minor leaguer, Jose Campos, to get him. And there's his signature changeup, and it's 0-2. Well, Clippard did a fabulous job for the Mets last year. They got him at the trading deadline to be the 8th inning guy in front of Jeurys Familia, and he could not have been better. Faded a little bit as they got toward the postseason, and the Mets declined to re-sign him, which turned out probably to be a pretty good move because he has not had his best year.
Oh. Talk about a workhorse. Clippard's had at least 69 appearances each of the last 6 seasons. At least 69.
I mean, think about it this way. The Mets got him for the last 2 months. He pitched 32 times for them over the last 2 months of the season.
Every other day.
Two and 2 to Flores, d'Arnaud and Loney to follow. Mets were down in this game 3-1, but Conforto doubled in a run in the 5th, and Matt Reynolds hit a 3-run bomb to put the Mets in front of the 6th. CC Sabathia gave up 5 runs and 8 hits over 5 2/3 innings. He's on the hook. Clippard now the 3rd Yankee reliever. And Flores lifts that one foul. Reach folks in the promenade section who weren't expecting it. Verizon trivia question tonight: who holds the Mets single season record for most home runs against the Yankees? And Flores down on the high fastball from Clippard, 1 away. I mean, if you had to guess, you'd think Piazza, right? But probably not, because otherwise.
Delgado.
That's the question.
Delgado.
Well, Delgado had the one game at Yankee Stadium when he drove in 9, which is the Mets club record.
And he gave that scintillating interview after that game, too.
What did he say?
That's the fastest I've ever seen him run. He ran right by Kevin.
Well, you know, there was another game that night here in Queens. It was one of those day-night 2-stadium doubleheaders, so maybe he was in a rush.
He had a night to dream of. And it wasn't a cheap home run in the lot.
By the way, Carlos Delgado has just been eclipsed in the Mets record book. Darno pops one a mile high. Teixeira waiting for it. And that's the second out. Today is the anniversary of Yoenis Cespedes' first game as a Met. Cespedes has hit 39 home runs in the 1 year since his debut, which is the most that any Met has ever hit in the first year after his debut. One more than Carlos Delgado.
That year Carlos had, what was it, 2006, Gary, that he had the great year? Was it 6?
6, 7.
And he was the what a cleanup hitter he was.
Well, he also had a great postseason in 06. Loney takes one the other way for a base hit. So James Loney has his first hit of the night. And the Mets 10th. And that'll get Matt Reynolds to the plate. Reynolds with the big blow in this game, a 3-run homer to put the Mets in front.
There it is. First pitch fastball. He knew he had it. And that's Sabathia from looking to get a Willie. Looking to be Lawrence of Arabia.
Reynolds with 2 extra base hits tonight. He also doubled against Sabathia back in the second. So Reynolds just coming back to the major leagues today with Asdrubal Cabrera's knee banged up. Just the 7th game that Matt has started in the major leagues. And he has his most important moment to date. Swings through the fastball by Kleber, 0-2. Mets gained a game on first place Washington yesterday when the Nats lost in San Francisco. Washington starting a series in Arizona tonight with Steven Strasburg on the mound. They are about to begin.
Going for 15, Strasburg?
Yep.
What a year.
That's their 6.5 behind the Nats starting the night. And Reynolds goes down to end the inning. Second strikeout for Clippard. So he has an impressive first inning back in a Yankee uniform. That sends us off to the 8th. And the opener of this 4-game home-and-home series, Mets have a 5-3 lead. Jay Bruce trade plus all the latest trade deadline news and reactions from around the league on Mets blog presented by Citi, featured on SNY.TV. Apple saving its perch. Well, not Addison Reed, but Jerry Blevins in to pitch the 8th inning with left-hand hitters coming up for the Yankees. Brett Gardner's had a good night, double and a triple, and he takes off the plate for ball 1.
Well, you see the numbers here for Blevins, but you know, I think it's Blevins in here because Terry Collins has gotten a lot more confidence in against the left-handed hitters. Took out Reed the other night and brought Blevins in, got the job done.
Blevins gave up a scratch run in the game yesterday against the Rockies. Bunt hit, a passed ball, a sacrifice bunt, a sacrifice fly. But wound up the winning pitcher when Neil Walker hit a 3-run homer in the next half inning. He's behind on Gardner 2-0. Ellsbury on deck, and then Teixeira. And Gardner takes a strike. Gardner is 3 for 6 in his career against Blevins. We saw a lot of him when he was in the American League with Oakland. And that misses, and Jerry's behind 3-1. Eric Goodell and Hansel Robles each worked a perfect inning to get through the 6th and 7th behind Logan Verrett. Let's keep Addison Reed busy in the bullpen. Three-one coming, and that's off the plate. Ball 4, and Blevins issues a leadoff walk. SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. Now it's Ellsbury. Ellsbury's 2 for 3 tonight, doubled and scored in the 4th inning, then singled in a run in the 5th. The Yankees took a 3-1 lead in the 5th. They haven't had a hit since Ellsbury's RBI single in that 5th inning. And a fastball strike, 0-1.
It's really been the Gardner and Ellsbury show offensively for the Yankees.
They've been on base 5 times out of 7, 3 extra base hits between them. Mark Teixeira, the switch hitter, on deck, then another left-hand hitter in Brian McCann. So we'll see how Terry plays this inning with Blevins on the mound and Reed in the bullpen. Off the plate, a ball and a strike to Ellsbury.
Blevins keeping the ball away from these first 2 left-hand hitters.
Well, Max Kepler just grounded out in the top of the 8th, going for his 4th home run of the day for the Twins. So he might just have to settle for 3. And the curveball bends in for a strike. It started out behind Ellsbury and somehow found the plate.
Just caught that inside corner.
Mark Carlson, the home plate umpire, staying with it, giving Blevins the strike. Now it's 1-2. Strike 3 call, got him looking at the fastball, and Ellsbury knew it. There's the first down in the 8th. Painting the corners, Jerry Blevins painting on Jacoby Ellsbury. Stop by your local Sherwin-Williams store for all of your painting needs. Well, that's going to be the end of Blevins' tenure with the switch hitter Teixeira coming up. Addison Reed will come in to try and get the final 2 outs in the 8th. 5-3 Mets, 8th inning. Reed coming in. We'll be right back. From Yankee Stadium, Steven Matz on the mound, not at the plate. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock Wednesday night right here on SNY. Well, Addison Reed had an almost perfect month of July. He'll start out August to face Mark Teixeira.
Pitched in yesterday's game, struck out 3, allowed 1 hit in his inning of work.
Only 9 walks. What a year.
He has been phenomenal. Comes in with Gardner at first and 1 out. Teixeira 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. He's grounded out twice, and Reed finds the inside corner, 0-1. You heard earlier on the game break, Danny Duffy 16 strikeouts and the Royals shut out of Tampa Bay. So Kansas City starts out August with a win. They didn't have many of those in July. In fact, the Royals were 7-19 in July, which is the worst single month any defending World Series champion has ever had.
Wow.
And it pretty much took them out of the race. Two and one to Teixeira. Well, the Indians certainly went for it. Trading away a lot of talent at the deadline.
Thought they were going to get Lucroy for a while too.
Found a way, but you know what the Indians also did? They got Brandon Guyer from Tampa Bay today, and to make room for him, the Indians designated for assignment Juan Uribe. Now, the Mets have already brought Kelly Johnson back for a second go-round. You'd have to think they'd consider bringing Uribe in here. Was such a great presence last season. Struck him out. Reed threw it by Teixeira, 2-man down.
Well, Teixeira loves that ball down, and Reed, featuring that high fastball, really threw it right by him.
Big uppercut swing. You're not going to catch up to a high fastball.
Now Brian McCann, who's 0 for 3, popped up, flied out. Last time up, lined out to Loney at first base. Gardner at first and 2 down. Fastball knee high for a strike. Thunderstruck.
They're on display tonight.
McCann hits it sharply through the shift for a base hit. Gardner will go first to third, and the Yankees have the tying runs on base.
Fastball ripped out over the plate, on top of the plate, and you can see that ball had the outer half of the plate.
So now the dangerous Didi Gregorius with the tying runs on base and 2 out. Now we're going to get a pinch runner. That's Ronald Torreyes. The run for McCann carrying the tying run at first. It's a move you see a lot in American League games. You don't see it as often in National League games. So now Addison Reed will face his former Diamondbacks teammate Didi Gregorius. First time he's faced him. Gregorius 0 for 3 tonight. Robbed of a hit on a fine play by Walker his last time up. And a good slider to start him off, 0-1. Well, the Yankees, like the Mets, have struggled this year with runners in scoring position. Mets are last in the National League. Yankees are last in the American League. Gregorius again swings over the slider, and it's 0-2.
Boy, 2 good sliders from Reed. That's a pitch we did not see a lot last year.
Got on top, got a little down tilt.
Now the 0-2. In the dirt. Nice stop by d'Arnaud. Taken off for second is Torreyes, and he'll make it safely. Good base running by Torreyes to move that tying run into scoring position.
You are right about that, Garrett. Terrific. And d'Arnaud does all he can do. I mean, he just basically blocks it with his inner thigh there. Prevents the run, but good lead with the pitch enabled Torreyes to get in scoring position. That's a tying run.
Reed ahead 1-2. Gregorius got a piece of this slider. Still 1-2.
Gary, you mentioned it before with the trade of Beltran. Didi Gregorius has been their most consistent offensive performer.
Last year hit .265 with 9 home runs in his first year as a Yankee. He's hitting .292 and already has 11 home runs this year. Gardner at third, Torreyes at second. 1-2 coming. Has to move his feet. 2-2.
You'd have to think he's going to go right back to that down and in slider. It's been so effective.
Be a test for d'Arnaud to keep that ball in front of him, which he did earlier in the at-bat. Just got a piece of that one off his leg. Gregorius hanging in there. Seventh pitch of the at-bat from Reed to Gregorius. And again, he just got a piece of the slider. Tough turn at bat.
Well, he's been pounding him in. One of a fastball away might be something that will put him away. He's got to be very aware of that hard slider down and in, Ronnie. That's all he's been getting.
Got a pretty good 2-strike approach here so far, though, by Gregorius.
Base hit could tie the game. Again, the 2-2.
Line the other way. Coming on is Conforto. It'll land in front of him, and the Yankees tie the game. Gregorius takes it the other way, drives in a pair, and it's 5-5.
Oh, that wild pitch was deadly here, and didn't want it up out of the strike zone more. You know what? He just kind of flared it out there. It's good hitting. 2 outs. Everybody's running on contact.
Joe Girardi got Ronald Torreyes in there as a pinch runner. That pays off for him. He comes home with a tying run. Now Starlin Castro, and he lines one to right field. Granderson is there to grab it, and that ends the inning. But Reed gives a back-to-back 2-out hits, and the Yankees tie the game. Didi Gregorius hanging tough through an 8-pitch at bat. Fouled off a couple of tough ones, dumps one into left to get the Yankees even. Mets and Yankees playing back and forth in the first of this 4-game home-and-home series. Mets led 1-0, trailed 3-1, led 5-3, but Didi Gregorius' 2-run hit in the top of the 8th against Addison Reed got the Yankees back even. New battery in the game. Austin Romine will catch. He'll hit in the 8th spot. And the new pitcher Adam Warren, the once and now again Yankee, will hit in the 4-hole.
Yankee reunion in this game with Clippard in, and now Adam Warren, who was traded to the Chicago Cubs this offseason, but was involved in the trade, of course. Chapman went over to the Cubs, and the Cubs sent back some prospects and Adam Warren back to the Yankees.
Was traded for Starlin Castro last winter, and they still have Castro, and now they have Warren back. So we start even in the bottom of the 8th. Alejandro De Aza 0 for 2 and an intentional walk today. And takes a fastball for a strike. Another former Yankee on deck, Kelly Johnson, who's played for everybody.
That's right.
Johnson on deck to pinch hit, then Granderson against Warren in the 8th. 5th Yankee pitcher of the night. Ball and a strike to De Aza. The last time Addison Reed gave up a run was June 23rd. He had gone 16 1/3 consecutive scoreless innings, but he is tagged with the tying run as the Yankees drew even. Popped it up. Gregorius retreating. Gardner in to call. 1 out. Let's answer our Verizon trivia question. He has to hold the Mets' single-season record for most home runs against the Yankees. I never would have guessed Richard Hidalgo. You know, Richard Hidalgo is the only Met ever to homer in 5 straight regular season games. I say regular season because, of course, Murph homered in 6 straight postseason.
There you go.
Here's Kelly Johnson. Kelly pinch hitting. Fouls back the first offering from Warren. Adam Warren spent most of the year working out of the bullpen in Chicago. They gave him 1 start just to give their rotation an extra day, but things didn't go well for him with the Cubs. Gave up 7 home runs in 35 innings. Miley gets an off-speed pitch and pulls it foul.
Included with Warren in that trade for Aroldis Chapman with Gleyber Torres. He's the real big prospect. The shortstop, Billy McKinney, and Rashad Crawford.
Yankees been piling up the prospects from the Indians for Andrew Miller, from the Rangers for Carlos Beltran. Johnson down on strikes on the high fastball, and Warren has retired the first two here in the bottom of the 8th. So 2 out and nobody on for another former Yankee.
The beat goes on.
It's like a big reunion fraternity. Well, Jerry's Familia up in the Mets bullpen. He'll pitch the 9th inning. Nats off to a quick early start against Archie Bradley and the Diamondbacks tonight in the desert. Mets will get their turn with the Diamondbacks soon. They've not yet played Arizona this year.
Try the nightmare for them this year.
Not just the uniforms either. Arizona 19 games under 500. A year when they were supposed to be going for it. Gave Zach Greinke the big contract, traded for Shelby Miller. But A.J. Pollock got hurt during spring training, and it seems like everything has tumbled down from there.
There's always one team that's picked to go all the way. San Diego was 2 years prior, and now they had a fire sale.
Winning the winter does not necessarily denote winning a championship. And no matter how many times we learn that, you still get all the blaring headlines in November and December about which team is poised to go and blow everybody away because of their offseason acquisitions. 3-1 now to Granderson. Michael Conforto waiting on deck.
You know, the Cubs are supposed to win 120 until they will not. They've been about a 500 team after their quick start.
Three-1 coming. And Granderson takes a high strike. 3-2. Yankees 5 runs, 6 hits. The Mets 5 runs and 10 hits. They've traded the lead tonight on several occasions. Granderson gets under one to right field, and Hicks waiting for it. That retires the side, so Warren comes in, works a 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th. On to the 9th we go. Familia coming in for the Mets, tied at 5. high chair. What's the deal with that?
That's what makes us special, the high chair.
Jerry's Familia will pitch the 9th in the tie game.
See the 37 of 39 saves. Got one in yesterday's ball game to Jay Reese.
Got back on the horse after back-to-back blown saves earlier in the week for the first time in nearly a year. Chase Headley leads off at the top of the 9th. Headley 0 for 3 tonight. Grounded out, flied out, struck out. And Familia gets the sinker in for a strike. Austin Romine on deck, and then Aaron Hicks, 7, 8, and 9 in the Yankees batting order. Keep in mind that the Mets traded Antonio Bastardo today and replaced him on the roster with Matt Reynolds, and obviously that's paid off because Reynolds had a big hit, but it means the Mets are 1 short in the bullpen, and they've already used now 5 relievers, which leaves only Seth Lugo left in that bullpen behind Familia, and he would be the innings guy if we go to extra innings. Mets are short of the bullpen and short of the bench. Cespedes and Cabrera both on the active roster. Cabrera definitely not available. Cespedes probably not available. That leaves only Rene Rivera left on the bench. 1-2. And Headley fouls off the fastball.
Well, they've played short players before. They haven't really played short players and pitchers.
Well, it's a strange day because of the trading deadline. A lot of teams play short on this day, but it seems to be a constant occurrence, and this is one of those days with a tie game that it might make a difference. Swing and a miss. He got him with a slider. Nasty pitch by Familia to get Headley for the first out.
Well, all you see is the fastball after fastball working its way away from you, and then a down and in slider, Keith.
You got that right. And he was completely out in front. And Familia had a really nice outing yesterday, Ron. He just was angry, and he came in and did quick work.
Now Austin Romine up for the first time. Came in to catch after Brian McCann left for a pinch runner. Romine hitting at .259. He's been up and down with the Yankees for 5 years now. Finally getting to stick as the full-time backup. And he takes outside for ball 1. Austin's dad played in the big leagues. Kevin Romine with the Red Sox.
Right.
Slider in for a strike, 1-1. You know, when you run short of players in a game like this, you might have to wind up with a pitcher playing left field.
Well, Cubs do that all the time.
Did you see the catch Travis Wood made yesterday?
Yes.
Up against the ivy? One coming, and Romine fouls it away. Austin Romine back up to Brian McCann. Backing up his bats too.
It's got the cup barrel on top.
1-2. Too high. Aaron Hicks the on deck batter. There's nobody up in the Yankees bullpen, which makes you believe Adam Warren's going to continue on into the bottom of the 9th. Unless the Yankees were to grab a lead, I would imagine Dylan Betances would get ready. And now a full count to Romine. Mets will have Conforto, Walker, and Flores coming up in the bottom of the 9th. Three-2 coming to Romine. And he threw it to the backstop for ball 4. So Romine draws a 1-out walk. So the Yankees have the lead run aboard. And here's Aaron Hicks batting for the second time. Hicks pinch hit in the 7th inning, hit a fly ball to the warning track in center, and then stayed in the game in right field. go-ahead run at first with 1 out. And that one skips in, a 98-mile-an-hour sinker that d'Arnaud somehow was able to backhand.
This is what can happen to Familia. You know, all year, all of a sudden, he can spike the ball. Right?
Yeah. It's almost, to me, and it's hard for me to even say this because it's 97, 98, 99. It's almost like he starts to aim the ball a little bit to try to center it over the plate, get back in the count.
One of those spiked sinkers cost him the go-ahead run against the Rockies earlier in the week. And Hicks taking all the way, and another sinker that almost hit the dirt. 2-0. Wilmer Flores in from third base to talk to Familia. Try and settle him down. It's kind of a new role for Wilmer.
Yeah.
There's Dylan Betances with the Yankees hoping to take the lead. Their new closer will start getting ready. Familia, after walking Romine, now behind 2-0 on Hicks with Brett Gardner on deck. And Hicks taking all the way 2-1. Gardner's had a big night, so is Jacoby Ellsbury behind him in the batting order. Between them, they have 4 of the Yankees' 6 hits. Romine at first and 1 out. And Hicks drills one out to right. Granderson back toward the line, reaching to make the catch. Tremendous play by Curtis Granderson for the 2nd out. Wow. Potential game-saving play by Curtis Granderson.
He doesn't get this one. The Yankees take the lead. Ran a long way for this ball.
Well, this is as good a play we've seen from Curtis in a Mets uniform defensively.
In a clutch time.
Right.
Ball kind of got a little hang time there.
Well, he has a fan, and Jeurys Familia might have just saved him the tie in this game. So now 2 out. Romine still at first. And here is Brett Gardner, who opened the night with a triple off the center field fence, tried to turn it into an inside the park home run, was thrown out, and we were off to the races. He overthrows that sinker ball one. Gardner later doubled in a run in the 5th and then walked in the 8th. He scored twice. Had himself a big night. Romine just a short lead at first base. He's running. The throw by d'Arnaud, a bad one. It goes into center field. Romine will stay put. So Austin Romine surprising the Mets. Didn't have a very big lead, but they paid him no attention, and Romine has his first stolen base of the year.
2nd stolen base of the game for the Yankees. And we were talking earlier, the Mets tend to forget about base runners.
That is Romine's 2nd major league stolen base. The first one came 3 years ago. So now the go-ahead run in scoring position. A 1-1 count to Gardner. Familia bounces that slider in, and d'Arnaud knocks it down.
Let me tell you something. d'Arnaud is taking a beating back there. I don't know how he's blocked these balls. That's another tough one.
I mean, that's 4 or 5 feet in front of the plate.
But at least with the slider, you can anticipate it, unlike those sinkers, which just eat you up. So Familia, after a solid outing yesterday, a little bit shaky tonight. 2-1 to Gardner. Fastball strike. 99 on the black. 2-2.
That's why hitting's tough, Keith. Works himself into a good count, and the pitcher makes a perfect pitch on 2-1.
Darno needs a conversation. Just threw a great pitch. Does this break your rhythm?
Yeah, I wouldn't have gone out there. You know, I'd like to just repeat what he just did, but Darno put a slider down, and Familia shook him off. So maybe he was trying to reason with him why he was putting that slider down. If I'm in Conforto, you got to be a little aware in left field. Gardner's one of those guys with 2 strikes tries to just slap the ball to left field.
2-2 coming. High. Full count. So he's throws 1 pitch perfectly, and then 1 pitch misses horribly.
He's been to a conference.
Erratic is what it's called. That's a good word there, Keith. Unpredictable right now. Ellsbury on deck. Romine carrying the go-ahead run at second with 2 out.
From Tapper, fair ball. Darno makes the play, side retired. Familia survives the top of the 9th with extraordinary assistance from his right fielder. Curtis Granderson, a tremendous catch to rob Aaron Hicks of extra base hits and keep this game tied going to the bottom of the 9th. Last of the 9th inning. Mets led 1-0, trailed 3-1, led 5-3. Didi Gregorius tied it in the 8th. And now the Mets will try and win in their final turn at bat against Adam Warren, who've worked a 1-2-3 8th. Michael Conforto leads off. Conforto's had 2 plate appearances since coming on for the injured Justin Urgiano. Doubled in a run in the 5th, threw a walk in the 6th. And first pitch curveball in for a strike. Conforto, Walker, and Flores for the Mets against Warren, making his 3rd appearance since his return to the Yankees from the Cubs. And Conforto floats one into shallow center. On comes Ellsbury, sliding to make the catch. Ellsbury was playing deep for no doubles and really had to hustle for the first down.
Well, he jams Conforto here, almost gets a bloop, but Ellsbury can still Wilson Pickett out there.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Neil Walker is 0 for 4 tonight after 12 hits in his previous 5 games. He had a chance to blow the doors off this game in the 6th. Mets were up 5-3, bases loaded, 2 out, 3-1 pitch, and Walker flied to shallow center. Earlier in the 5th inning, he hit one to the fence in center field that Ellsbury caught. Changeup away, 1-1. Coming up on Geico Sports Night after the postgame, all the latest on the Mets deals, the Yankees fire sale. Fire sale? I don't know about that one. And all the trade deadline news. They should call it the Yankees prospect loading.
There you go.
Like carb loading for a marathon.
Make it positive. Well, it is interesting, though, you know, as long as I've been in New York, and you know, the Yankees always seem to be buying at this time of year, and for the first time in quite a while, getting a lot of prospects in return.
3-1 now to Walker. Well, we noted earlier, first time since 1992 that the Yankees got to the end of July without a winning record. That's 24 straight years. So the circumstances have changed and their MO changed, and it should serve them well in the future. Now Walker with the count in his favor, 3-1 with Flores on deck, and Neal pops it up. Gregorius out, Ellsbury in, and Ellsbury calling, 2 out. Third time in a row that Walker has flied out to Ellsbury. That is rather amazing, right? It's nearly a quarter of a century. Well, trade deadline day served Wilmer Flores well last year. July 31st was the trade deadline day. Hit a walk-off home run against the Nationals. He's already hit a home run today, and now here we are on trade deadline day. Wilmer with a chance to end it with one swing. Again. Seth Lugo up in the Mets bullpen. He's the last man in that Mets bullpen tonight. Warren keeping it away from Flores, 2-0.
But Warren's going to give some versatility to these Yankees and Joe Girardi, because CeCe had a tough outing tonight, and Warren can float between being a reliever and a starter.
Flores with a 2-0 advantage, and he takes a rip at a fastball and fouls it back. If Wilmer keeps it going, Travis d'Arnaud would be next. Of course, I should note that when Wilmer hit his deadline day home run, he waited till the 12th inning to do it.
Yeah, it was bonus baseball.
He had already had one walk-off opportunity earlier in that game. Off the plate, and for the second straight batter, Warren behind 3-1.
Well, in the 2-0 count, Warren came in with a fastball. Dangerous pitching against Flores, trying to come in.
Well, we mentioned he had trouble with the home run ball in Chicago, gave up 7 of them in 35 innings. And Wilmer draws a walk and gets the winning run aboard that way. And will be in the hands of Travis d'Arnaud with a man on.
Nice at bat for Wilmer there. Good eye at the plate. A lot of sliders.
Third time he's been on base tonight. Now d'Arnaud, who's 2 for 4 tonight, single to center, single to right.
An average which was just barely over 200 when he came back, making its climb.
Warren had retired 5 in a row before the walk to Flores. And d'Arnaud lays off the first pitch slider, 1-0. James Loney would be next. Just off the corner, and again 2-0. So Warren living dangerously behind in the count, trying to keep the ball away from all these hitters. And Travis takes a high strike, 2-1. Flores at first and 2 down. 5-5 last of the ninth. d'Arnaud gets jammed, dribbles one. It's a fair ball. And the play made by Warren for the third out, or now they say foul ball.
I think it got his foot.
d'Arnaud thought all along that it was a foul ball. The home plate umpire, Mark Carlson, did not indicate that. Joe Girardi is out. The third base umpire, Quinn Walcott, apparently helped out Carlson with the call, and that's why Girardi went to Walcott to argue. But let's watch.
That definitely got him, and it's appropriate for a third base or first base umpire, and even a second base. If they see the ball hit the batter, home plate doesn't, they can let it be known.
I think Joe's issue is that Quinn Wolcott didn't call it till after he was asked by Carlson.
Now it's 2-2 to d'Arnaud. And Travis fouls back the slider. Warren left that one up. CC Sabathia went 5 2/3, allowed 5 runs and 8 hits. So far, the Mets have not been able to tally against the Yankee bullpen. Blyer, Goody, Clifford, and now Warren in his second inning. A depleted bullpen, but so far, the Yankee bullpen has held the Mets without a run. 2-2 coming to d'Arnaud. And Travis yanks one foul. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming to Travis. He fouls back the high fastball.
That's 3 pitches in a row thrown by Warren that were there to hit. 2 hanging sliders and that fastball up.
Still 2-2 to d'Arnaud. And the slider fouled off.
But d'Arnaud's really got a big swing, like swinging from his shoelaces.
Might only take a gapper to win the game. Adam Warren, at Harvey's University of North Carolina teammate. About to throw his 9th pitch of this at bat to Travis d'Arnaud. And Travis goes down on the high fastball, and we're going to extra innings. Warren with 2 scoreless innings in relief. And in the first game of the year between the Mets and the Yankees on trade deadline day, we're going to extra innings. Tied at 5.
Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Those are the men who have gone to the mound for the Mets so far tonight, and with a man short in the bullpen with the trade today of Antonio Bastardo, that leaves Seth Lugo as the last man standing, and he's standing now on the mound. Jacoby Ellsbury takes ball one. Rene Rivera now doing the catching as the Mets double switch.
Well, Seth pitched three innings on Saturday behind Bartolo Colon in his last appearance.
Well, since he's the last man in the bullpen, Terry took Darnell out of the game, put Rivera in the 9-hole to try and get extra innings out of Lugo without him having to come to bat. Ellsbury tonight 2 for 4, a single and a double, and Lugo quickly behind him 3-0.
This has been a battle of the bullpens. Both bullpens have been spotless.
Too high, ball 4, and Ellsbury draws a leadoff walk. Well, that is not the man you want to walk. Ellsbury, the best base stealer the Yankees have, and the Mets have been vulnerable to the steals so far tonight, even against guys who don't normally steal bases.
A little better weapon now behind the plate with Rivera's arm.
Castro stole a base in the 2nd inning. Romine stole a base in the 9th inning. Here's Teixeira, who's 0 for 3 and a walk. Pitcher due up next, and Alex Rodriguez is out on deck to pinch hit. And Lugo finally throws a strike. Ellsbury 17 stolen bases this year, and Lugo pours in a strike, and it's 0-2. Neither one of these teams has played a lot of extra innings this year. The Yankees are 1-3 in extra innings. The Mets are 3-2. 5-5 in the 10th. 0-2 to Teixeira, and it's too high. Rene Rivera with that strong right arm has been much better than anybody else the Mets have put behind the plate and throwing people out. Ellsbury making no move so far. And just missed outside, 2-2. Well, you got Teixeira hitting under 200 at the plate. You got A-Rod, who's been a forgotten man waiting on deck. Two highly compensated players who have had very rough years trying to come through in the 10th. Two coming, and it's taken the other way. A base hit for Teixeira. Ellsbury pulls in at second, and the Yankees have the first 2 men on in the 10th.
Well, terrific at bat for Teixeira. Took the first 2 pitches for strikes. Fastball away, goes right with it.
And with 2 men aboard in a bunting situation, A-Rod is going to be called back. And Ben Gamel, who was just called up today by the Yankees, will be the pinch hitter. So Gamel, who took Carlos Beltran's spot on the Yankees active roster, will come up for the pinch hitting appearance.
And he'll be asked to bunt.
That's right.
Gamel has had 8 big league at bats earlier this season, 1 for 8. Gamel, whose brother Matt played in the big leagues, saw him with Milwaukee, right?
Yeah. You see Wilmer's coming in to really tell Lugo what kind of defense they're going to have. With the speed of Ellsbury, you can't really run the wheel with Matt Reynolds because you can't beat him over there. So straight up defense it should be for the Mets. Wilmer will hold his position unless it's bunted hard. Then he'll come in and get it.
First and second and nobody out. Didi Gregorius on deck. He had the game tying hit in the 8th. And Gamel gets the bunt down, perfectly executed. Lugo to third, not in time. I don't know if Rivera was calling for him to go to third, but against Ellsbury's speed, bad decision, and the Yankees have the bases loaded.
What a terrific jump by Ellsbury on this. Lugo never hesitated, and he beat it. Oh, Rivera saying 3-3.
Yeah, that's on the catcher. Got to know your base runners. So now the base is loaded and nobody out. It'll be scored a sacrifice and a fielder's choice.
Yankees are poised.
So Gamble got the job done. He bunted it toward third as he was supposed to.
I mean, Lugo did his job. He got over there. He wheeled and fired. Just Rivera can't do that with Ellsbury. He has too much speed. There's two guys in the lineup, Ellsbury and Gardner. You can't do that with.
So now Didi Gregorius, who tied this game with a 2-run single against Addison Reed in the 8th inning, has a chance to give the Yankees the lead in the 10th. Mets will have to bring the infield in.
And a good slide right to the bag.
So a very tough assignment for the rookie Seth Lugo. Bases loaded, nobody out. And Gregorius takes ball 1. It all started with a 4-pitch walk to Ellsbury. That's where Lugo really put himself up against it. Teixeira with the infield shift on went the other way for a base hit. And then the bunt by Gamble. Mets couldn't get an out to load the bases. And Gregorius fouls it off 1-1. Mets have gone to the end of their bullpen tonight. You see Gregorius had trouble getting a runner in from third with less than 2 out. And with Lugo on the mound, Mets are hoping for a ground ball at somebody. Not really a strikeout pitcher. Up and away, 2-1. Goodell, Robles, Blevins, Reed, Familia all work tonight. And with the Mets a man short of the bullpen, that leaves only Lugo. 2-1. Rick by him, 2-2.
Sometimes there's nowhere to hide, Ronnie. You just got to go run your fastball up there, take your chances.
Hope he hits it right at someone.
Starlin Castro on deck. Mets and Yankees have traded the lead all night. Struck him out. 95 from Seth Lugo for the first out of the inning.
Boy, not a good at bat at all from Gregorio, excuse me. That's just not a good swing. No hip rotation. Wow.
So now the base is loaded and 1 out. Starlin Castro the batter. How do you play your infield here?
They're going to play up the middle for a double play, halfway in at the corners.
So with Castro at the plate, Mets hoping they can get 2 by way of second. Castro tonight 0 for 3 and a walk. And the slider stays inside, ball 1.
You can't play too deep in that middle infield.
Especially got a fast man at third and Ellsbury. If you want to come home on a slowly hit ball, might be hard to do. In the air, right center. That'll get the run in at least. De Aza back to the warning track near the wall. Granderson makes the catch. Tagging is Ellsbury. He comes home with the go-ahead run. Sacrifice fly for Starlin Castro puts the Yankees in front 6-5.
sacrifice bunt and a sacrifice fly and a hustle play by Ellsbury in this inning gets the Yankees ahead.
1-0 count. You get a fastball, you're ripping, and Castro does not waste any time. He's a free swinger anyway. He gets that run in, almost hit a grand slam.
Teixeira held at second, Gamble at first. Now it's Chase Headley taking outside. Dellin Betances now up in the Yankee bullpen, ready for the save opportunity in the bottom of the 10th. Mets will have Loney, Reynolds, and De Aza due up in the bottom of the 10th. And now Lugo behind Headley 2-0. Headley's 0 for 4 tonight, struck out his last 2 at bats.
Mets fired all their weapons from their own bullpen already. Yankees still have their guy left.
The question for the Mets is, do they have that one bullet left on the bench? We don't know the answer to that. Yoenis Cespedes has not started the last 2 nights. Is he available to pinch hit? Unknown. If he is, you can be certain Terry will find a spot for him in that bottom of the 10th. 2-1 to Headley with 2 out and 2 on. This is low and away, 3-1. Austin Romine is on deck. Well, the walks will kill you. 4-pitch walk to Ellsbury, a fast man, and proved to be Lugo's undoing in this 10th inning because the speed paid.
3 of the 6 Yankee runs via the walk.
Out to right center, Granderson cutting across, and Curtis makes the catch to end the inning. But the Yankees cash a run in the 10th on the sac fly by Castro. Now we go to the bottom of the 10th with the Mets down 6-5. To you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. Kobe Ellsbury has been everywhere for the Yankees, making catches, beating plays at third, scoring the go-ahead run. Curtis Granderson's trying to keep up. He's made some splendid plays of his own. Now the Mets have to try and rally against Dellin Betances, bidding for his first save of the season.
Well, 50 games. Look at the strikeout. 89 strikeouts. That's the most by any reliever in baseball this year. To give you an idea how devastating this guy is, last 39 batters he's faced, struck out 22.
How about this? Without ever being a regular closer in the majors, he's made 3 straight All-Star teams. He had 9 saves last year. And he'll come in to face James Loney, leading off in the last of the 10th, looking for his first save of this year. Loney's 1 for 4 on the night. And takes the first pitch slider inside for ball 1. Adam Warren went 2 hitless innings in relief for the Yankees. He's in line for the win if Betances can close it out. Loney is 4 for 8 against Betances in his career. Loney seems to always have good numbers against good pitching. And Betances falls behind him 2-0. Matt Reynolds, who has the big hit for the Mets today, is on deck. Reynolds hit a 3-run homer in the 6th that at the time gave the Mets a 5-3 lead, but the Yankees with 2 in the 8th and 1 in the 10th to go in front.
And Loney cracks one to right center field, headed back toward the wall. In the gap, it lands for a base hit. Cut off by Ellsbury. His throw to second base is not in time, and Loney has a leadoff double. And now he's 5 for 9 against Betances.
Boy, this has been some kind of ball game here. Just a little bit towards the end.
What was interesting about that is Ellsbury, it looked like, gave up on that ball about 3/4 of the way there. If he had kept running, he might have had a chance to catch that.
So how do you play this if you're the Mets? Normally you play for the tie at home, but the Mets are out of pitchers. So don't you have to play for the win?
I still think that they're going to play for a tie here. You got to get the game tied first.
I agree.
Yankees looking for the bunt from Reynolds, who has 2 extra base hits tonight, and he does square and bunts it right back to Betances. He doesn't even look at third where he had a play. Takes the out at first. Loney is very slow, and if Betances had thrown to third, he would have had an excellent chance to get him out.
But that's a freebie for the Mets, and they know that from their scouting. Betances does not throw the ball to bases. He almost has the same thing that John Lester has. He does not want to throw the ball to bases. And he was just trying to get that out at first. See that?
Oh, he threw a little lollipop over there.
So now the Mets have the tying run at third with 1 out on the sacrifice by Reynolds, and it's left to Alejandro De Aza to try and get it in. Yankees will bring the infield in.
You could squeeze there.
Well, especially if Betances can't throw to bases. Slider taken for ball 1. Didn't swing.
The issue with the squeeze against Betances, though, is that he has unhittable stuff. It's hard to bunt too.
And Loney at third.
Yeah.
Exceedingly slow. Takes a pretty good fly ball to get him in too. Infield in. De Aza takes inside. 2-0. Now in the Yankee outfield, you got 1 good arm in right field.
Oh, Aaron Hicks. Gardner has an accurate arm, better than you think. Ellsbury, not a great arm in center. But you might not need a great arm with Loney at third.
2-0 to De Aza. And another slider that misses is 3-0. Now you've got Rene Rivera on deck. Remember, he was double switched into the game. So Rivera is in the number 9 hole. Behind him is Granderson. So a walk to De Aza would put the winning run on base, but it would also set up the double play. There's a strike, 3-1. Betances thrust into the closer's role after the trades of Chapman and Miller, looking for his first of the year, and it'll have to be a difficult one. Loney at third and 1 out. And De Aza is hit by the pitch, and he'll go to first base. If it hadn't hit him, it probably would have been a wild pitch, and Loney might have scored the tying run. But De Aza gets drilled, and now the Mets will have runners at first and third.
Breaking ball he holds on to too long, and it catches De Aza right off the left knee, or right below the left knee.
Remember, the Mets have already lost an outfielder tonight. Justin Ruggiano left this game early with a strained hamstring. Joe Girardi running out to the mound to talk to Betances. He has nobody up in the bullpen. So this is a strategy conference. You got Rivera coming up, who's been swinging a pretty hot bat. Rivera, who turned 33 years of age yesterday, with a chance for a big moment here.
Again, Betances doesn't like to throw to bases, doesn't like to throw to first on pickoff. He can get a pretty good jump at first.
De Aza has 3 stolen bases this year. And you'd love to steal not only to get the winning run into scoring position, but to take the double play out of order. The Yankees will play their middle infielders back looking for 2.
If you steal, you better make it.
You got Betances on the mound, Romine behind the plate. And Rivera takes the slider for a strike. When he throws that for a strike, that's a difference maker. Hasn't been so far until that pitch to Rivera. Loney at third, De Aza at first. Mets down 6-5 in the 10th. There goes De Aza. Swinging a ground ball. Betances looks the runner at third. Throws to first and gets the out. Boy, Betances looked very shaky, but was able to get the out at first. Now the Mets have the tying and winning runs in scoring position with 2 out and Curtis Granderson coming up.
Well, other than the lollipop throw, he did everything kind of right.
He did.
The ball back at him. He knows he doesn't have a play with De Aza running, so he's got to look at the runner at third. Made Loney stop. Once he stopped, then he went to first base.
Here's Loney coming down the line. If Betances doesn't make this play, that runner scores.
Now a base hit could win it for the Mets. Granderson at the plate. And Curtis takes a fastball for a strike. The last Mets walk-off win came May 27th. Curtis Granderson hit a game-winning home run. Loney at third, De Aza at second, 2 down. And Curtis swings over the slider, and quickly it's 0-2. That is so nasty.
Rotation and spin just off the planet.
That's down to their last strike. Romine picks it up, makes the toss, and the Yankees take the opener of the series. Betances strikes on Granderson on 3 pitches to end it as the Mets strand the tying run at third and the winning run at second. A game in which the Mets and Yankees played back and forth all night. Didi Gregorius ties it with a base hit in the 8th, and then Starlin Castro with the sacrifice fly in the 10th. And the Yankees, on a day when they threw up the white flag on their season by trading Carlos Beltran, they win it in 10, 6-5.
And they've decimated their bullpen with the trade of Chapman and Miller, but it's the bullpen that comes through behind CC Sabathia for the Yankees with scoreless baseball. Well,
Another situation where the Mets had a runner on third base with less than 2 outs and were unable to get the runner across. This was really a battling ball game here, but the Yankees come out on top. They come from behind.
Betances gets his first save of the year after the Yankees dealt away their other 2 lockdown relievers. And Adam Warren with 2 scoreless innings to get the win. The game summary presented by the Kia Top Quality Sales Event. New York Mets baseball on SNY is brought to you by the Better Network. Verizon. Better matters. By Geico, the #1 insurer in the New York market. By New York Lottery, take a break from the expected. Play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. By Toyota, for great summer deals, visit your local Toyota dealer or buy at Toyota.com today. Toyota, let's go places. And by the all-new 2017 Hyundai Elantra, it's not just new, it's better. Yankees win in 10, 6-5. Game 2 of this 4-game home-and-home series tomorrow night. It'll be on Pix 11 with Jacob deGrom on the mound against Masahiro Tanaka. Coverage begins on Pix 11 tomorrow night at 6:30. Back on SNY from the Bronx on Wednesday night with Steven Matz on the mound. Coverage begins Wednesday night at 6 o'clock on SNY. Now for Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling, Steve Gelbs, and our entire SNY crew. I'm Gary Cohen at Citi Field. Time for WB Mason post-game live. Let's join Gary Apple and a cast of thousands in the studio, guys.